Yo, what is up, my gamers in Christ? How are we doing today? Today is the date of... Turn down the volume a little bit. Today... Actually, hold on. Let me adjust some things. I know it's going to blare for you. Just one moment. Just got to turn it down to a nice level where it's acceptable, you know? And I'd say it's probably acceptable there. Anyways, today is the date of... March 6th, 2026. We've got a good amount of news to get into. Always fun. Obviously, we're going to watch our PBS NewsHour together. But I also wanted to finish up the congressional hearing of the now fired previous head of DOJ. I'm sorry about that. So we'll be watching that, and then also, apparently the DOJ has released the files relating to Trump. Wonder what we'll see there. Got a MS Now piece about that. And then, get excited, anybody who is of the Islamic faith, because Jordan Peterson has a message for you. Jordan, here, I'm actually going to rename my stream to that. Peterson has a message for Islam. There we go. Who would have thought we're still talking about the dinosaur known as Jordan Peterson, even today, even to this day? I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked, personally. Just gonna do a little self-promo in Loner's Box, just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? It's just a hair amount. Also, later tonight, I will be researching the Kristi Noem money trail, so I'm actually very excited for that as well. Go to stream announcements at everyone. We are live. Believe it or not, we're live, people. And I'll probably send it an Ice Beans server, of course, just because Ice Beans is the homegirl. If you guys don't know who Ice Beans is, go check her out. And then probably in the tomfoolery panel as well. Anyways, I think I have top chat on. Let me turn that off. I think it's stupid that they have the top chat and the top and the bottom. I'm not gonna say that joke. It was very funny though. It would have probably boosted my sub count by 2,000. But I'm just too kind of a man. Just too kind. Anyways, I'm gonna get Morrowind booted up, and then we'll start watching some, reading about the news, so get excited for that. Anyways, hope you guys are doing well. Not too much, I mean, obviously the Iranian war is still raging on, but I don't have much to report about that. I do have a video about who the rocket that hit the school potentially came from, but besides that, not too much about the Iranian war. We got stuff going on here. I do have a Democracy Now! Piece about it, though, so we'll look into that. And then, to start off this stream, I thought we might do something a little lighthearted, and watch Charlie Kirk's death explained in Minecraft. So, I thought that would be an interesting video to get us started. They also seem to have 9/11 explained in Minecraft. It's not the sacred date yet, so we'll probably wait on that. Anyways, in other news, there's not too much going on. Let me see if there's any drama I need to address. Not really. Not really. I've been thinking about maybe trying to get back on the Euro and Travels live stream. He's just it's like talking to a brick wall, you know? But we could try. Hopefully I don't say the L word and get banned again. I didn't know conservatives were so touchy about the word loser, but who knows? I thought comedy was legal again, but I guess not. How long will comedy stay illegal, folks? I'm not sure. But I'm sick of it, okay? Comedy needs to not be illegal. Still gotta get those damn stolen reports. What if I ask her about it? Be like, did you steal those, dude? Of course. Well, we're not getting into that level 90 chest for a while. I don't have any spells that can crack that bad girl. Anyways. Let's go to quest here, see what we got. Yeah, I'm not getting that dude pants, I'm sorry. Oh, am I not showing my game? I apologize, guys. Gosh, what a noob. What a noob. Day 6 of Operation Epstein Fury. Still 0 Epstein arrest in the US. Enjoy your weekend? Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I was just now getting your messages. I apologize, dog. But yeah, day 6 of Operation Epstein Fury. I mean, I didn't think he was gonna invade another country to ignore the Epstein files, but it seems like that's what he has to do. And I'm glad that's the narrative that kind of has taken over, that this is just a distraction, because it feels like it. But good to see you, by the way, Cool Dids. Good to see you. Anyways, shout out. Let me turn off my my Cash Money screen. Shout out to Cash Money. He's after Christy Gnome. That's all I'm saying. He is the next one up. Line him up and knock him down. You know what I'm saying? Shout out if you guys know what that's from. That means you're a true gamer. I think this may be the best track on the entire game. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, I don't need Odai's unhinging. Okay, what I need is... Yeah, I don't really know what I need here, to be honest. Just kind of giving you my shit. Anyways... Just kind of looking at what quests I need to do. I got a lot that have been started, but I just haven't done, which is good. That's more shocking. The latest Epstein release or Kristi Noem getting the most blatant taxpayer payout in history? Great question. Which one is more, shocking? I'd say the Kristi Noem. Like I said last night, I'm gonna be looking into where Kristi Noem has done. I'm usually here under the name Skippy, but YouTube switched my name to my handle, and I have to wait 14 days to turn it back. Oh, well, good to see you, Skippy. Good to see you, man. Well, we'll be getting started here in a moment. I think I'm gonna walk to the Mages Guild in Vivect. It sounds fun to me. Walk the countryside of Morrowind. Or I guess this would be Vardenfell. We're technically in Vardenfell, so... Yeah, I don't want to get called out on my Elder Scrolls knowledge like I did the other day with Malakath, okay? I'm sorry I thought Malakath was the god of R-word rather than the god of, poop, okay? I'm sorry. The senator from my state abused a veteran using his First Amendment right. That's not good. I'm sorry to hear about that. We're gonna say bad senator on that one. Anyways, let's, I mean, we don't really have any reason to hold on, so let me turn off the music and we'll get started. Let's get started into the world of the right. Brace yourselves, you know, we've got quite a bit. You leveled up on subscribers? Yes, I did. We're right near the 500 mark now, which means after we hit 500 subs, we'll be introducing a bunch of new shows, like actual shows, and that are gonna have like a overarching goal and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyways, if you guys needed explanation on how Charlie Kirk, how Charlie Kirk bit the Kirk, I've got a video for you. This is Charlie Kirk's death explained in Minecraft. So, you know, Charlie Kirk's death, obviously a horrible, horrible thing that happened, yada, yada, yada. But, ladies and gentlemen, how are children supposed to learn about Charlie Kirk's death, you know? We can't, you know, a child can't watch that video, so let's see how they're explaining stuff. Oh, here. Disclaimer! This video is an informative display of the recent events surrounding Charlie Kirk, presented through Minecraft. Our goal was to provide an overview of the timeline, not offer political commentary or personal opinion. Thanks. Wow, we've got the people at what is this called? Minecraft Misfortune saying, no! There's no political bias here. We are just trying to show how Charlie Kirk died in Minecraft, literally. So, let's find out.
This is Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old right-wing
Bro, there's no fucking way. No fucking way. That is a good legal statement, I agree. But there's no way. You got some kid on his mic. This is Charlie Kirk. Alright, let's learn about Charlie. Yeah, shout out to Minecraft Misfortunes, by the way. They're the one that's making this vid.
Figure is about to attend his final debate. During August of 2025, he had announced...
Oh, dude, you did it to him. He's about to attend his final debate. Uh-oh.
that he was planning on visiting several college campuses over the coming months to promote his debate series titled the American Comeback Tour, which began that past February.
His first stop of the season, located at Utah Valley University, didn't seem like a bad choice to campaign. There was a good amount of open space, security, and some vantage points for spectators to get a good look at what was going on.
However, as time passed and mid-September
My
rolled
friend
around,
Gob, I'm sorry, but that's the Republican Party. The Republican Party is nothing but Trump. You guys have one idea. One ideology, to where the Democrats have a multitude of ideologies and ideas in our party. No, we are constantly accepting of new members. That's MAGA. You're projecting.
cracks started appearing in Kirk's plan. For one, a petition circulated in an attempt to get the university to cancel his tour, but they pressed onward regardless. It was quite clear how much backlash officials received regarding Kirk's appearance at UVU.
Bro, what is this? Are those the TPUSA guard? Is that the TPUSA guard?
But nobody seemed to expect how drastically the story would take a turn.
Yep, never
The
forget.
date is September 10th, 2025.
Why did their voice change? Why did their voice change? What happened? Did he hit a growth spurt?
Charlie walked out to a crowd of 3,000 and began to start his show at noon. Even then, however, it was reported that a suspicious figure was walking on the rooftop of the Lassie Center 142
Yeah, if there's
blocks
somebody,
away.
if there's a suspicious person walking on the top of a rooftop, I would hope that you just cancel the event. Charlie, though, he's such a warrior of free speech. He said, "Let it go," and then he got shot. Never mind. Not gonna say that, Joe.
20 minutes later, reports indicated that he was already lying down in position to do his deed.
Enter Hunter Kozak, a student engaging in banter on the top.
Whoa, is it Hunter Kozak? Is that the guy that asked the question? Whoa, dude. Okay, can we be honest? This is not... I don't think children should be watching this to learn about Charlie Kirk's death. I'm just gonna be honest.
Topic of mass shootings. Their debate wouldn't last long, however, as something truly unexpected was about to happen.
That right there, that's called foreshadowing, everybody. That right there is called foreshadowing. Mm-hmm.
Conversation transpired as follows.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Do you know how
Too many. I forgot that was his fucking response. Yeah, Hunter Kozak is definitely gonna have deep, deep trauma because of this. I feel bad for that dude. I've never heard of this Charlie guy, so it is informative. I'll give it to him. It is informative.
many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence.
And then?
And then it all happened. That's the day the earth stood still. Bro, he's got a fucking crossbow. What? He's got a crossbow, dude. Watch out. Charlie! Charlie, watch out! No! Charlie! No! Okay, that is not... Okay, dude, come on. Bunch of redstone drops out of him. I think that's a little in poor taste, personally. No, Charlie! Watch out, the crossbow's gonna hit you! No!
Charlie Kirk was then
Bro, this is in poor taste. This is in poor taste. I'm sorry.
shot in the neck and began profusely bleeding all over. The
Was he
crowd
crawling around like that? I don't remember seeing those videos.
started to disperse as Charlie's team started to rush his limp body to the Timpanogos Regional Hospital. However, it was
This isn't even a good representation. He was dead before he got in the hospital.
too late. Charlie Kirk was later pronounced dead.
Investigators soon found the shooter's rifle cartridges were engraved with various cryptic messages. These include, "Hey fascist, catch."
If you read this, you are gay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This was a huge thing that showed that it's obviously a alt left trans Tifa member. Forgot about that.
LMAO.
Oh Bella, chow. Bella, chow. Bella, chow chow chow.
Notices bulge. Oh whoa. What's this?
Currently, it is suspected that a man named Tyler Robinson is responsible for the murder. The 22-year-old was a former UVU student who dropped out after a semester. Although his motive for the alleged
Idiot. 24, bro. What a fucking dumbass. You had your entire life ahead of you. Fucking dumbass. Like, supreme disappoint. Like, just disgusting.
assassination is reportedly unknown, family members and friends claim that he wasn't very fond of Trump or Charlie Kirk.
Okay, gang. I'm just gonna be honest. This isn't it. Oh, he explains 9/11. Okay, fuck it. I'll take the bait. Let's hear him explain 9/11. Let's see what 9/11's all about. Threw his whole life away? Yeah, I think it's fucking Tyler Robinson. You threw your life away, dude. And for what? Now MAGA has a Reichstag fire moment.
The date is September 10th,
Bro, no. He fucking gets no.
2001. It's a beautiful day in New York City. The Statue of Liberty is glimmering. The sun is shining. The Empire State Building is standing tall. And traffic is hectic as always. It seemed as though nothing could go wrong whatsoever.
And then
I don't think that's very historically accurate. I don't think Hamilton was around during 9/11. Just just pointing out, if we're gonna be, if we're gonna be accurate here.
came the next day, September 11th.
Bro, no, you can't do that. That's fucking cobblestone. Dude, this is in poor taste. I'm sorry. As a American, this is in poor taste. Were you even born before 9/11? I was 1 year old. I was 1 year old when 9/11 happened.
2001. The day started similarly to the previous.
Guys, we gotta be real here,
previous one. However, that was all about to change. At 8 a.m.,
Uh-oh.
American Airlines Flight 11 boarded 76 passengers, 5 of which were not what you would call
5 of which were creepers. No! Who let the creeper on the airplane?
an average citizen.
No!
They were instead hijackers, and they were about to forever change the direction of American history.
At the same time, Flight 175 was being similarly hijacked, and both planes were now being sent to New York. As if it
Wow.
couldn't get any worse, a third plane was also getting hijacked. Flight 7
All right, what are we doing? What are we doing here? The JFK assassination? My God, man. What has this guy done? Hold on. Okay, he's only done Charlie Kirk, 9/11, and the JFK assassination. These really are Minecraft misfortunes, I tell you what. Anyways, that's a meme and a meme hole that we went down. Now let's come back to sanity, where things aren't explained to us through Minecraft infographics. Like, I get the goal. I just don't think it's you're not quite doing it right. Like, I personally, if you're trying to appeal to kids, maybe don't do 9/11 or stuff like that. Try not to be as distasteful, you know. That's what I would say.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On the NewsHour tonight, the war with Iran widens, threatening energy infrastructure and risking more countries being pulled into the conflict.
We speak with Iranian Americans who express hope and fear about what comes next.
I'm really concerned for the future of Iran politically. Also, on a personal level, I'm very concerned for my family.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, to talk about Charlie Kirk, you got to also talk about everything he represented and who he was. And I don't think you can do that with just a short 3-minute video about his death.
Family and friends.
And President Trump replaces Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after months of controversy over the immigration crackdown.
Bye-bye, Kristi. Bye-bye. Get that dog killer out of here. That's what I say, ladies and gentlemen. Get that dog killer out of here. We don't appreciate that kind around these parts. That's true. Dog killers, not good people. I loved how angry that dude got. Kirk, not Kurt. Well, fuck it. He can be Charlie Kirk. He can be Charlie Kirk. He's not going to do much about it now. Now is he? Now is he? Unless he was a lich. Which, in that case, I think we have more to worry about than whether I said Kurt or Kirk. I know it was somebody else who said it, but... Anyways, if Charlie Kirk comes out and has done a ritual to become a lich, I think we probably need to focus on the fact that we now have a magical lich running around, not whether I hurt his feelings. Kurt
Major
Charlie Cobain.
For the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
That's good.
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible for all.
Ugh, I only got one more year before I join the 27 Club, guys. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to like and subscribe so I don't have to sell my soul.
Today, Consumer Cellular's mission still rings true. With 100% US-based customer support, no long-term contracts, and nationwide coverage.
These
Our team has been committed to helping find wireless plans to fit our
PBS, so
customers'
you're damn
needs
right
for
we're
over
watching
30 years.
their advertisement.
Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
Friends of the NewsHour,
That,
including...
what I just said definitely triggered some people. I can feel it. I just felt the reverberation of MAGA phones everywhere starting to activate. That's not good. Listen, MAGA, I think what happened to Charlie was horrible, okay? But you got to be able to joke about some things, right?
Robert S. Kaplan and Wendy J. Selden through the Raymond James Charitable Endowment Fund.
Next thing I know, I get put in a reel of liberals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. Great.
Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through philanthropic support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org.
Shout out.
And
to
with the
Carnegie
ongoing support
Institute.
of these individuals and institutions.
They're getting the good work done. Wish there was more institutions around that, right? Wish there was more institutions interested in democracy and preserving its values. Unfortunately, Trump is anything but. Sorry. Didn't realize I switched over to Morrowind. Oops! By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out
This
the channel.
program was
Gets me
made possible by
boosted
the
out there.
contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you.
Also, if you're feeling generous, click on my profile. I have a Ko-Fi link if you feel like donating.
Welcome to the News
No
Hour.
pressure,
We
though.
have two major stories tonight. The president today fired Kristi Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security, the first member of his
Yep,
cabinet to
she
be
got
ousted in
canned
his
last
second
night.
term.
We had a
But first,
whole
to the
stream
war.
about it.
Just days after the U.S. and Israel launched the war with Iran by targeting and killing its supreme leader,
Excuse me.
President Trump today said he should be involved in selecting the country's next leader. As the war
Wow.
spreads across the region, the U.S. State Department says the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait will
Good
be
idea,
closed
Trump.
until further notice. And there's little sign of a let-up.
I think
as the
Loner's
U.S. and
conspiracy
Israel
is
press the
true.
attack
He just
inside
wants to be a
Iran, where
Gulf
more than
Arab.
1,200
Trump just wants to be a Gulf Arab. I think what Lonerbox is saying is true. I think Trump just wants to be a Gulf Arab, dude. Charlie Kirk taught me to stay hydrated. Amen.
people have been killed. In Tehran today, residents watched in shock as dark plumes of smoke engulfed a beloved landmark. The Azadi, or Freedom Stadium, destroyed. Once a sprawling sports complex that seated 12,000 people, today reduced to a charred shell. Not much remains but smoking ruins of the building that once hosted international games to packed crowds. The U.S. says it is targeting Iran's ballistic missile infrastructure, military equipment, and drones. And Israel today said it shot down an Iranian fighter jet. But across Iran today, multiple cities were rocked by explosions.
Anything to protect you and your pedo elites, Trump. Yeah, I know, right? They're gonna do anything. Anything. They will start a war in Iran before they talk about the Epstein files. Did you guys see the theory that the reason they named it Epic Fury was when you type in EP, Trump Epic Fury comes up instead of Trump Epstein?
In Iran's
Interesting
northwestern
idea.
city of Urmia, the Iranian Red Crescent posted this video of what it says is widespread damage to residential.
Yeah, like, we're the American military. We are badass. We don't make mistakes like bombing fucking schools. We don't. That's not what our military does. Our military is much more effective and better at targeting. So what is happening within our military services that allows something like this to happen? Because this isn't normal. Do not think that us bombing a school is normal. Not even Israel, who has been very wanton with their bombing, has done that. The only reason why they'd pick a fuck-ass name like Epic Fury? Yeah, I know. Ohio? Hey, what's up, Bill? Good to see you. Yeah, it's interesting. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and we're getting close to 500 subs. At that point, my channel's monetized, and I'll be introducing a bunch of new shows, actual shows with a theme rather than me just getting on here and rambling, which is always fun. I still appreciate them, but I thought it was Epic Furry. Well, it depends on what branch you're in.
Areas. The Iranian health ministry said more than a dozen hospitals and other key parts of Iran's health infrastructure have been damaged so far, and 4 health workers were killed. The World Health Organization said it has verified 13 of those attacks. Today, Iran's foreign minister denounced the U.S. for sinking an Iranian...
It's a weird name. It's a weird name. Just sounds like a high schooler invented it. Oh yeah, Epic Fury. That'll be sick. Everybody will think that's a really cool name. Sorry, Trump, but I don't think it's that interesting. Kind of lame. Kind of lame.
In warship, calling it an atrocity at sea. He said Iran is no longer looking to negotiate.
Well, I think, now 6 days after the war, it is clear that the U.S. Has failed to achieve its main goal, which was a clean, rapid victory. We are not asking for a ceasefire. And we don't see any reason why we should negotiate with the U.S.
That's good.
When we negotiated with them twice, and every time they attacked us at the middle of negotiations.
And as Iranian media showed videos of crowds gathered in support of the regime for a 5th consecutive night, the conflict keeps growing wider. Even Azerbaijan, to Iran's north, has now been drawn into the fight. Officials there say several Iranian drones hit an airport and a school, which Tehran has denied. Several were injured. The country's president vowed to respond.
Those dishonorable perpetrators who committed this terrorist act against us will regret it. They should not test our strength. All necessary instructions have been issued, and additional diplomatic measures will follow.
Tehran's onslaught also continues on Gulf state energy. Bahrain said an Iranian missile slipped through its air defenses and set a state-run oil refinery ablaze. And as the critical Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed to tanker traffic, energy concerns have rippled all the way to China, the world's largest importer of oil and natural gas and the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. Beijing said today its government dispatched a Middle East...
I'm getting gang attacked by a bunch of children. Look at these things. Get out of here, dude. This is why I hate kids. This right here, guys. You guys wonder why I hate children? Well, it's because of shit like this. Why are they just attacking a random adventurer who ain't got nothing to do with them? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. We're in a sticky situation right now. But I think we're about out of it. Get fucking wrecked. And then we got these losers. It's MAGA? It may very well be MAGA, actually. They look similar. I'll give you that. You're right on the money with their looks. Anyways, I survived being attacked by children, so that's good.
Envoy with the hope of starting talks.
China believes that war and force cannot fundamentally solve problems. Dialogue and negotiation are the right path.
But dialogue remains elusive. On the streets of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, more buildings toppled from Israeli airstrikes. At least 100 people have been killed. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers. Traffic snarled today as residents rushed to flee after Israel told people to evacuate the city's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israeli officials say it's too soon for diplomacy. Among them, the country's far-right finance minister, who said Beirut would soon look like a war-ravaged Gaza.
You wanted to bring hell on us. You brought hell on yourselves. Dahia will look like Khan Yunis.
For his part, President Donald Trump today looked beyond the war, telling Axios that he needs to be personally involved in the selection of Iran's next leader. He said the current likely successor, the late Supreme Leader's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, would be unacceptable. In a separate interview with Reuters, Mr. Trump encouraged the Iranian Kurds, trained by the CIA, to fill the vacuum. I'd be all for it. If they're going to do that, that's good. That's as the Pentagon also released the names of the 2 remaining U.S. soldiers killed this past weekend when Iran struck a tactical...
Say their names. Say Officer Robert Marzin and Jeffrey O'Brien. You guys, I'm going to write those down. You guys remember those names. Smotrich is the worst person alive. I agree.
Operations Center in Kuwait. 45-year-old Major
I'm gonna
Jeffrey
hit
O'Brien
these.
of
I'm gonna hit MAGA over the head so much, just like they did with Laken Riley. Except it's even worse than Laken Riley. Because our president chose for these people to die. You got to tell it to him like that, by the way. You got to be like, yeah, Trump chose for these people to die rather than staying alive. Do we go in the shrine? Yeah, we go in the shrine. Yeah, I'm sure this looks safe.
Iowa, and 54-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan of California. Their remains and the remains of 4 other American service members killed in action will soon be returned to U.S. soil.
That's
the largest U.S.
fine
military
for
base
MAGA.
in the Middle
We're
East
fine
is
with
in the
that,
small
Dev.
Gulf nation of Qatar. And joining us from its capital, Doha,
Whoa,
is special correspondent
Dramora
Layla
alert,
Milana Allen.
Dramora
Layla, it's good to see
alert.
you. So you're in the Gulf right now. Based on your reporting, how are these attacks affecting countries across the region?
We've come here just as many people are thinking about leaving as this conflict escalates. This has been unprecedented for the Gulf nations. Hundreds of cruise and ballistic missiles, of drones have been launched at these countries by Iran. On the first day of the conflict, nearly as many were fired at the UAE as were...
This is kind of a smart idea by Iran. Not to give them credit or anything, but it's kind of a smart idea. 54? What's 54? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. But 54?
Fired at Israel, the country that was attacking Iran. The calculation seems to have been that maybe the UAE is the most able to ask the United States to stop. Now, at the moment, the missile defense systems here are doing a pretty good job of taking down those missiles. The drones are trickier. But the issue here is that what the Gulf nations have built is stability. That is their key. And Iran doesn't have to destroy these countries. It just has to pierce that stability to stop their success. The second issue, of course, is that they built it on wealth. Now, already with those missile defense systems spending huge amounts of money, but also attacks on tourism, on hotels, on airports, and the stopping of 3 of the largest traffic airports in the world for almost a week now in the Gulf at a cost of over $1 billion. Now, the initial reaction, of course, is anger at Iran.
Hey, what's up, Timmy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well today. We are just covering the basic news. We got some Epstein news up in the doc today as well, so...
Yesterday, Iran's foreign minister called the Qatari foreign minister saying that we are not attacking the Gulf, we're just attacking the American presence there. The Qatari foreign minister responded that was completely untrue. They're dragging the Gulf into a war that is not their own. And even though the Gulf has always been neutral thus far, he said these attacks cannot go unanswered. Now, that would be a huge change in the stance of the Gulf nations if they decide not to be neutral anymore. But the longer term issue here is these US bases. Now, thus far, Gulf nations have hosted US bases because they seem to believe they will get defensive capability from the US in return. The issue, of course, is that in the past few years, with the reduction of the military presence in the Gulf, already they were starting to feel maybe that wouldn't happen.
You fell asleep in the stream last night? Hey, hell yeah. Well, I hope you had amazing dreams. Hey, why are you so fucking fast? What? Oh. We got a couple people at this shrine that want to tango. There's a couple here to tango. I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat these guys.
Last year in 2025, with the attack on Hamas operatives inside Doha, that was seen as an absolute crossing of the line. So that would be another huge strategic shift in the region if they stop hosting those bases.
And Layla, we know communication with Iran is extremely difficult right now, but I understand you've managed to reach some people there. What are they telling you about how this war is affecting daily life?
It is incredibly hard to reach anyone inside Iran. What they are saying when you manage to get through to them in moments of connectivity is that the streets are completely empty. People are just staying inside, absolutely terrified. They say the bombing is terrifying. It's constant. It's everywhere. Some people have thought about trying to move in Tehran to the north of the city, this great Tehran region of over 16 million people. But they haven't got any petrol, and the roads are completely packed. So many are just staying put inside their houses. Now, while Israel and the United States say that they are only attacking military and government infrastructure, that simply isn't reflected in the number of civilian deaths we're seeing. In these densely populated areas like the capital, many people live right next to these government buildings, and their homes are taken out when those strikes hit. And it's so important to remember that in Iran, no one has access to any air raid sirens, to any shelters, and they don't have any missile defense capabilities, which were all knocked out last year. So Iranian civilians are completely defenseless.
Okay, what's
and
up
the
with
other
that?
issue they're facing, of course, is that they don't have any communications. The internet's completely down, phone lines are completely down.
Layla Milana Allen in Doha for us tonight. Layla, thank you.
For additional perspective now, we turn to retired Rear Admiral John Kirby. He's the former White House National Security Communications Advisor in the Biden administration. Admiral Kirby, welcome back to the show. Can I begin by just asking for your reaction to a little bit of news we heard from the Iranian foreign minister saying earlier his country is ready for a U.S. ground invasion, that they're prepared to fight U.S. troops on Iranian soil. We know President Trump hasn't ruled out ground troops. What do you make of that? Could that actually happen?
I don't think that that's what the administration.
She said roads are empty and packed seconds apart. I think what she means is like the highways are packed, but the roads in Iran are empty. Like the roads in Tehran, but the roads outside of Tehran are packed. That's what at least that's what I could imagine.
Wants to do,
If
and I
I'm
think they've
giving
been
them
kind of clear, although they're keeping their
much,
options open, and
grace
obviously
as
you
I
don't want to
can.
foreclose any decision space by the commander-in-chief. It doesn't appear that they're very enthusiastic about moving in on the ground and that kind of an option. And as for what the Iranian foreign minister said, I mean, that's the kind of bluster you would expect to hear out of these guys to intimidate or to bolster their own sense of morale and perhaps point to their readiness to fight a ground invasion. But I really don't see that right now as a strong option, and it certainly doesn't seem to be something that the Trump administration is really leaning towards in with any great energy.
What about what we've heard from President Trump in that he would back Kurdish militias if they launched an offensive
I would say driving in
inside
Iran right now,
In your
probably
view,
not a
is that
great
good
idea.
policy, and
I
what kind of
agree.
impact
I
could it have
agree.
on the war?
You know, I think I need to know more about what their plans are. I do.
Yeah, I think, it's just devastation right now. And I don't think that's gonna get the people to rise up. You know, I'm not an expert on coups, but typically if some place has bombs in the street, it's kind of hard to protest there.
Worry a little bit about trying to foment an uprising when you clearly aren't going to be on the ground yourself to help direct how that goes. I mean, you're counting on another party here who may be well trained or not to sort of take it in a direction that you're expecting it to go. And I think it could be
with as many weapons as we got. I don't see the need for ground troops. So there does come an issue to, if there is a popular resistance front, we'll need to coordinate with them on the ground. And if we want to see we want to see regime change, we'd probably have to protect them. So I see the need for ground troops. And also, there seems to be an issue with the underground bunkers. So luckily we were able to strike their the entrances. However, I don't think we know or not if there's any other entrances. So it's really a tough situation on the ground right now. And I do think we'll need, if we want to see actual regime change, we're going to need to have boots on the ground. That's just the unfortunate, kind of reality of changing a country's system of governance. What the fuck is a girdle? Okay, girdle-tailed. How are these different? Please tell me.
Very, very unpredictable. I also think it's important to remember that, as your reporter just indicated, the Iranian people are staying indoors. They have for 50 years. They really not had the opportunity to develop a strong, organized opposition or resistance effort.
And this is what I'm saying.
They don't have arms and ammunition. The regime still does. So it's very unclear to me that
don't
this
get me
would
wrong.
be able.
I would love to see the Iranian people have a different government. They deserve a different government. They have been non-stop fighting against their horrible regime. This isn't the way we do it, you know?
To, at scale, literally foment an
Here's
uprising that
an
could
issue
topple the regime.
I also have. A moment. It seems as though we don't have too many CIA operatives in Iran right now. And that gives me pause, because I don't want my soldiers going into a battlefield that they don't have all the information they could possibly have on it. And all the advantages they could possibly have. The way it sounds like there's agents on the periphery, but it doesn't sound to me like there's any agents on the inside. That I could be completely wrong. We won't know about that, so it's impossible to know if I'm right or not. But the reason I say that is because they're dealing, we heard the CIA was talking to Kurdish agents on the periphery. And that's just what leads me to believe that we probably haven't penetrated their network yet. I don't know. That could be completely off. Who knows? We might be in there with shit. But it just doesn't sound like it to me. I feel like we'd be less hesitant to put troops on the ground, too.
But again, I think, it's only been an idea floated here today. We don't have a whole lot of more information about it to really judge it. But it does worry me in terms of the additional violence it could visit upon the Iranian people who are defenseless right now.
If you take a step back and look sort of a broader picture at this war, the way it's been carried out so far, we have seen an evolving explanation from the administration about why it's being carried out, about why now it was begun as well. And part of it centers around the idea that Iran is weaker now than it has ever been, and that this prevents a nuclear-armed hostile regime.
They haven't even talked with Iranian Kurds, apparently. Only Iraqi. Oh, God, dude, that's so embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know. Typically before we go into a country, you send in your CIA or your CIA equivalent and you try to ferment popular uprising. So that way your troops have support.
Regime in Iran. In your view, is that worth it?
I think, first of all, I'm not shedding any tears about the loss of the supreme leader or the pressure that the regime is under. I get behind nobody in my hatred of what the regime has done in the region and to the Iranian people. Yeah. It is unclear because the messaging on this has been sort of all over the place. It's really unclear to know and to be able to take confidence in the fact that this was something that really did present the kind of imminent nature of a threat that needed to be responded to as quickly and as swiftly as it was. And I think we need to have more information before the American people can really make a judgment about that. And while it's good to see the Pentagon out there doing briefings, and Secretary Rubio on Capitol Hill talking to the press, I think there's an awful lot more transparency that the administration really should come forward with here to the American people to kind of answer exactly those questions.
If it does result in regime change, though, to a regime that has been hostile to the U.S., hostile to U.S. allies, is that worth it? I mean, if President Biden had had a chance to assassinate the Ayatollah, would he have taken it when in office?
Let me put it this way. If, as a result of all this,
how is it
a government can be formed?
Am I doing so much damage to this thing that it's healing? Like it's going back into the integers? And what's going on here? It's like instantly healing. That's so insane. Dude, that was the invulnerable slug. Shout out. Didn't know we were going to meet him today.
In Tehran that is responsive to the needs of the Iranian people, a government that they have a vote, that they have a voice, that they get to install, and can bring them into the community of nations, which so many young Iranians really want to do, then obviously that is a good outcome of all this. But the history doesn't point us in that direction. The history says that when authoritarian regimes are toppled or fall or collapse, most likely they are replaced by other authoritarian regimes. I hope that's wrong. I hope that's not what happens. But I'm concerned right now about the what next, and certainly what's going to be a government in place in Iran that can be responsible in the region. And right now, I just don't see any signs that there's been enough of a strategic thinking and long-term thinking about exactly what comes next. Well, there's lots of talk today about what's bombed and what's destroyed and what the Iranians can't do anymore militarily. But I don't think we're hearing enough about what is in their future and what can be done to make Iran a more peaceful nation, and again, one that's responsive to the Iranian people.
As part of that administration talk about this war, as you mentioned it there, we've heard from the Secretary of Defense talking about the U.S. sending death and destruction from the sky. We've seen him accuse the media of wanting to make the president look bad when we report on U.S. soldiers who are being killed. As someone who was responsible during your time there in the Biden administration for managing the message and communicating with the public, what do you make of how this administration is talking about this war?
Well, you know, when you hear the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Kane, do his briefings, they're very thoughtful, they're very contextual. He's keeping it to the facts and the figures, and he's being very realistic and pragmatic about what we're doing. And
the Iranians had a democratically elected government, but the UK and America put an end to that. Yeah. Unfortunately. Like, yeah, I personally think that Iran's a bit of a not a lost cause, but the people are going to have to rise up. And to do that, we need to get, oh, these are cute. I want a shock. I bet there's a shock pet mod I can download. Anyways, it needs to come from the people. I've always said this. And he's right. History does show that if the people aren't the one who pick the leader in an authoritarian, in a coup for an authoritarian just takes over again. Because the institutions, the powers are in place to oppress those people. So it takes a concerted effort, and it takes a lot. And a lot of time it does take foreign support, but not in this way. You know, we need to, if we were serious, we wouldn't have even talked about, we wouldn't have even needed to invade Iran if we were serious. We could have just, fermented a popular uprising by smuggling weapons and all that type of stuff. But we're not serious about this. This is just... It's hard to call it anything. I know it's not like... This does fall in line with Trump's overall policy agenda and all that, but it's hard to look at it as anything but, right? Like, they were not days away from making a missile that could hit the US. And even if they were, boo-hoo. You know, like, we have interceptors for days, bro. We have the whatever happened to the Golden Dome? I'm memeing. But, you know, we have defenses against those. So does Europe. Like, I don't know. It just feels a little weird. Politicians, it's not kicking the can. Dealing with them diplomatically is not kicking the can. No, Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA because it was something Biden did. Or Biden. It was something Obama did. And then his failure of leadership has resulted in this. Unable to get a deal. Unable to do it diplomatically. So his only option is to flip the table over like a big baby.
Resistance we're facing, the retaliation by the Iranian military, and he lays it out pretty clearly. I think it's really important when you're talking about issues of war and peace that you're direct and simple and concise with the American people. They need to know, they deserve to know how their military is being used in their defense.
Oh, yeah.
And again,
I know. Well, I won't lie that the coup, it wasn't necessarily just the U.S.'s fault, but they definitely contributed. But, yeah, I think it's kind of crazy. And listen, I do not want to make it seem like I like the Iranian regime. They're asshole. They are evil. They are some of the few people I would label as evil because they literally fund groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, you know. Is a fool. Well, why not do like I said? Do you really think bombing them is going to bring the people out? Why not have a more comprehensive plan on how we're going to actually oust the regime rather than trusting on feelings? Like, why can't we have an actual plan? Why do we just have to bomb them and hope? Fingers crossed. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't work, you realize we're fucked, right? Like, if the IRGC is still in power after this, all gloves are off, dude. They are going to do horrible, horrible terrorist attacks. They're going to fund people who will commit even worse atrocities than what we've seen so far. You know, it's like this is an all or nothing game for Trump, and it didn't have to be that way. It did not have to be that way. And getting rid of the IRGC is going to take a lot. It's going to take boots on the ground. It's going to take a very prolonged conflict. It's not something that can just happen overnight. But I guess you guys will see when another 6 soldiers are taken from us. What were their names, Mike? What was the name of the soldiers that served our country bravely and died for our died for this war in Iran? It's sad. I can't even say they died for our democracy. They deserved better. They deserved a more honorable death. But Donald Trump decided that their lives meant less than a perceived diplomatic dub. 47 years of trying to figure out a plan with the Iranians. Yes, it got us the JCPOA. Yes. And had Trump not pulled out, it may have even bore more fruit. But we'll never know because Donald Trump is a horrible diplomat. Unable to actually get a deal. But Mike, I want you to say the names of the soldiers that died. Much like you hung Laken Riley over our heads and said, "Look, you don't care." I'm going to do the same. What were their names? What were their ranks? Who were those soldiers that lost their lives for Trump's geopolitical games?
no backseat to anybody in terms of my hatred of the regime. And so hitting them while
Trump can't even pull out without criticism. What if Iran got pregnant? Well, that's a very interesting question. I don't know how you address that. What is that? What is that statement? You know? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Characterized by global powers by both sides, if this Iran just getting absolutely smoked, no longer a global factor, isn't it worth it? That's not what's going to happen. That could be an outcome, or there could now be one of the biggest funders of state terrorism. Whoa, what are you, bro? Then just goes underground, and then they become even. Oh my God, no, 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 we're not doing this. Mm-mm. One moment. Oh, interesting article drop by Bill here. Let's take a look. Breaking news. Republican-led House Oversight Committee has voted to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi to testify in a closed-doors deposition in front of the committee as part of its probe into handling the Jeffrey Epstein case. Uh-oh. Am I playing RuneScape 3? No, this is Morrowind. Highly recommend it. Their proxies are done now? Well, I wouldn't quite say that for the Houthis. Unfortunately, we bombed them for fucking years and didn't get much out of it. But Hezbollah is pretty deteriorated, so shout out. But that's only because their government also is cooperating. You get away. Okay, you're gonna have to die, friend. Oh, you got some ebony armor? Nah, all I got right now is some lame ass fucking steel armor, but hopefully soon I'll get some ebony. And Hezbollah's demise has very little to do with us. That was entirely the IDF. Yeah, for sure. And hey, let's give their local government a little credit. You know, like they have been doing operations to degrade Hezbollah for a while now. And they didn't really have to do that. So I think they are showing that they want to integrate into the further world. Obama's deal was not good before he even left office. Oh, geez. They were already starting to deny access to facilities. Oh, geez. That's cope. And I don't even think that's true. I think that was... Yeah, let's give the Lebanese government credit for allowing a parallel government to... See, this is just it. This is... Why do you... you realize... Why are you expecting perfect allies in the Middle East? Yes, we should be fair to the Lebanese government. They are taking way more unilateral actions to take out Hezbollah. Gotta swim to the island and loot it. Oh, I've only played, this is my first time playing Morrowind. Like, actually, right now I'm just kind of wandering the countryside and killing shit. But at some point I'll do the, main quest. I need to get to a town, though. I need to repair my armor. You gotta, you're not gonna get a perfect ally in the Middle East, my friend. And why did Iran move their nuke programs underground? It's a great question. Yeah, I'm not against getting rid of their nuclear facilities. This isn't what we're doing, though, unfortunately. All these countries, no, they're not incompetent. That's just not the best way to refer to them. But, anyways, let's continue.
While they are weaker or getting weaker, certainly from a military perspective, makes a lot of sense. But I do think it's important when we're talking about war, when we're talking about military operations,
Mexico
that
is
we do
doing
it
that.
in a
They've
way that is
increased their attacks against cartel members as well. Great game. Ebony armor is a game changer. Just gotta finesse the guards and swim back and you're golden. No quest needed. Well, I've actually got the, I've got some mods on here that add a little bit to the map, so, hey, I'm having a good time just making my way downtown and walking around, you know? I'm having a good time with that.
Is respectful of the unpredictability and the uncertainty of what's going to happen.
By the way, if you guys
in the
are
coming
enjoying the
days.
stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted. Oh, snap. Yeah, you do? Oh, yeah, it's pretty dope. The Tamriel Rebuilt mod is very impressive. I've seen some playthroughs with it, and I thought it would add a lot. I just want to get a house. I'm looking at getting a house and just chilling there for a little bit. I like those types of, you know, just kind of doing a life sim in Morrowind. Dungeoneering, you know, just being an adventurer, dude.
In weeks. The truth is, we don't really know. And I think having humility when you're talking about war and peace is always a good thing.
That is retired Rear Admiral John Kirby joining us tonight. Thank you so much for your time. Good to speak with you.
You too. Thank you.
There are more than 500,000 people of Iranian ancestry living in the U.S. We spoke with some of them to learn how they're feeling about the war and what might come next.
My name is Zara Sarnasoni. I'm an American Iranian. I moved to U.S. 14 years ago to pursue my PhD. I grew up in Iran my entire life, but I did not see any future to stay and work there because
Morrowind's always a comfy place.
My name is Hamid Kashani.
Big problem with Iran getting nukes. No, I agree. They shouldn't have nukes, but the way we're going about this, you have to agree, it doesn't seem like we really have a plan. We're just bombing and hoping. Bombing and hoping, my friends. I don't think that's going to degrade the regime a sufficient amount.
I came from Iran in 1973, following graduating from high school to attend higher educations in the United States.
I am Reza Ibrahimi. I'm 37 years old. I came to the United States on the age of 27 in 2015. I'm a volunteer firefighter. I'm a member of the Shimla Union. I'm a U.S. citizen.
My name is Kosar Gohari. I was born in 1979 at the height of revolution. Parents were students here in the U.S. I was 8 months when they decided to go back to Iran. I grew up in Iran. And in 2003, after graduating from undergrad, I moved to the U.S. And ever since, I've been living in the state of Maryland.
My name is Ali Tarokh, and I arrived here 13 years ago as a refugee through the U.S. refugee admin.
I gotta be honest, like, we know that the people in Iran are there's a sense of happiness, but also unease, because the regime isn't gone yet, guys. Far from it. They just elected their new leader. So we're going to be in this bad girl for a while. 12-day war. Fuck that. We're going for a 12-year war, baby. At this point, we can just hope the Iranian people can't take their country back. Oh, I don't know how they're gonna do it. You know what I mean? They don't have weapons. They don't have support. Like, how are they gonna do it? You know, I hope too, but I just don't see. Well, most likely those were AI videos, but I'll say this, that the people, you know, we've seen videos like this where people are celebrating in the streets and then the IEDs start popping off. And they may be celebrating Khomeini's death, but what I will say, what they're definitely not celebrating is who's coming after it. Have you done any research into who's up next, buddy? Not a good guy. Not a good guy at all. So I have a feeling you were probably watching some AI videos or something.
Since its joint attack with the U.S. on Saturday, Israel has faced a wave of drone and missile attacks from Iran and has also come under fire from Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon. Producer Carl Bostic spoke with Israelis in Tel Aviv today, and Nick Schifrin brings us their stories.
Dude, I can't wait. You guys remember, I had these same exact people saying when Venezuela Maduro got captured, Venezuelans are dancing in the street. And then, what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? What do you know? Nothing changed in Venezuela. Still the same people, just got rid of one guy. Nothing changed. God, what an impressive move. Hey, what's up, user? How you doing today? I'm gonna collect this trauma root. I might download a house mod. I don't know. We'll see. It remains to be seen. Well, it doesn't really matter. The Council of Elders have already selected. They have a new leader already. No, they didn't. See, that's a lie, dude. That's a lie. That is not true at all. I wish I could just say things.
Today in Tel Aviv, Shaked Ze'evi and her daughter's neighborhood park is no longer a safe haven. Just behind them, their apartment, windows blackened and gutted.
Okay, they are celebrating
by an Iranian missile.
Oh, this is Israel?
To the window.
Well, shout out. Yeah, I know a lot of Israelis are actually not too happy about this war. But anyways, every Democratic president in history lowers the deficit to give us deflation that makes economy stronger. Amen, dude. User pop off. User pop off, my friend.
Windows in the kids' room fell.
Today is the first day that she and 1.5-year-old Gaia have returned since last weekend's attack. So she hugged her daughter just a little tighter.
It's really sad. Really sad. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Damn right. They lower that deficit. Meanwhile, the Republicans, just like Donald Trump, increase it. For example, Donald Trump with that BBBBB increased the deficit by $1.9 trillion. Woo! $1 trillion? Basically $2 trillion? That is not good, folks. I wouldn't say that is good. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of Trump coin. You could buy a lot of Trump coin with that.
Has fired hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel. The deadly fireworks and the sirens are constant. Toddlers understand and inherit their parents' fear, so Zevi tried to turn her daughter's frown upside down.
So every time there is a siren going on, she would start repeating it. Wee, 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 wee. We're trying to do it at home with smiles and musical kind of way, so she won't be scared. So we would run to the shelter laughing and singing, trying to make it more not as scary. Gaia, at 1.5 years old, knows when it's time to go to the shelter.
The city is filled with broken windows, some cleaned up by 18-year-old Israeli-American Ron Shifroni. He's a volunteer who delayed college in the States after growing up here in Israel.
We kind of grew up on this mentality in Israel where we always got to help each other no matter what happens, and like we're ready for every scenario. Whether it's a rocket or October 7th, we're just, all we grow up is the values of going and helping out each other.
He cleans up inside people's damaged apartments. He wants to serve in the military, but didn't think he'd end up in the middle of war in the country of his birth.
It's really devastating that, it's my home country, it's my home after all, so I want to live in peace.
But Israel is not at peace, and for every damaged house is a displaced family.
Shalom.
Trying to turn a hotel into a makeshift home. Shanine Roth greets her grandmother, Dorica Israeli. 84-year-old Israeli is older than the state of Israel, but she knows this is a different type of war.
Here the wars don't end, and this war is a bit harder than the previous ones.
Roth has translated for PBS NewsHour and was translating for her grandmother when interrupted by this city's shattering soundtrack.
Yeah, we need to go.
This is their routine, made normal since October the 7th. They walk away to a nearby shelter and to an uncertain future.
All right,
the siren.
That's fucking probably killing your fucking eardrum. Sorry, guys.
Are all too routine outside Sheba Hospital.
Whoa!
As is outgoing missile defense, hunting incoming Iranian missiles. And in these times of war, this passageway doesn't only lead to a shelter, because 3 stories down through reinforced doors is a fully functioning hospital that has 2,000 beds and 3 operating rooms and has operated almost constantly since last summer's war with Iran.
Almost all the activity of Sheba and other hospitals went now underground due to the different ammunition that we are getting from Iran.
Dr. Yoel Har-Evan is a vice president at this hospital with thousands of visitors every day and staff that must cope with their own displacements and find their own moments of peace.
We don't have time to play. We need to be ready within a few hours and start moving our patients from the upper floors to the basements.
That shift also apparent in Dizengoff, the city's largest mall, where behind the reinforced door, 4 floors down, is now the city's largest shelter. 4,000 people rushed here just last night, including 12-year-old Eden, 10-year-old Lev, and their father, Jeffrey Lubota.
We do actually live not far from a bomb shelter, but it means no sleep through the night. Up all the time running outside to the bomb shelter, and it's crowded, cramped, lots of dogs. So here we can just remain, sleep through the night, have space, and during the day there's a mall above us. Little shopping, a little food collecting.
A little humor helps, and the kids are happy. They don't have to go to school.
That seems kind of cool,
but
not
for
gonna
many
lie.
here, beneath that facade is pain.
I think as a nation, we've got
My
collective trauma.
chat
I think
keeps
it's
not
like
updating. Sorry, guys.
something that's kind of, on the whole, we all have.
Sienna, who declined to give her last name, admits she doesn't know when she will feel safe again living above ground.
Yeah, I'm processing the possibility I might be here for a week or 2, I might be here for a few months. Who knows, like, how time goes on.
She and everyone here try to bring some color to the concrete.
We learn how to get on with it, but this is not how every day should look. We're just trying to find the best in an absolutely horrendous situation. At the end of the day, people are dying, people's homes are getting destroyed.
And that means it is not easy. As the country wages war, some of its residents are driven underground. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Prime Minister BN proposed increasing Israel's defense spending by nearly $36 billion for 2026.
Now to our other
Noam out.
major story of the day, the first cabinet shakeup of
Get her
President
out
Trump's
of here.
second term. This afternoon, the
We don't
president
wanna.
fired Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Despite the decision, Noem went ahead with a previously scheduled speech.
Yeah,
in
this was
Nashville,
weird.
making no
Why did she
mention
do
of her
this?
dismissal. She had faced bipartisan criticism in recent months over the agency's handling of the immigration crackdown, delays in emergency response, and a $220
For some
million
reason, my
ad campaign in which
chat
she was
isn't
prominently
updating. Very
featured.
frustrating.
President Trump says he has created a new role for her called Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. He also announced
I
his choice to
guarantee they
replace
had to
Noem.
check that
That's Senator
twice
Mark
over.
Wayne Mullen
Special,
of
special
Oklahoma.
what?
Lisa Desjardins is here with more. So Lisa, what was the breaking point?
As you say, Noem had been under increased scrutiny because of the ICE crackdown in American cities and the documented deaths of Americans and violent detentions that were on videotape. Now,
By
it
the way,
does
if you
seem,
guys are
however,
enjoying the
that
stream,
really
don't
the
forget to
breaking
like
point
and
was
subscribe. It
testimony this
really
week and that $220 million ad campaign that you mentioned, which
helps out the
prominently
channel.
featured her. Some of our viewers have seen that footage before. And that ouster really came, especially during a key moment that I saw and our viewers saw when we reported on this, when Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana questioned her about this.
The president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president
worked
know
with
you were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, she kind of got
Senator Kennedy
cooked
told
here.
me he spoke with President Trump that night, and that Trump not only denied what Kristi Noem had said, but he was sharply angry about it.
So how did Senator Mullen get to become the nominee? As I understand it, the president likes watching him on television.
Right. Mullen is well liked by the president.
That is actually the reason, ladies and gentlemen. He likes watching him on TV. What a great reason. I mean, you know, what's wrong with that? All right, I got to steal a book from here. A book? Yeah, you don't see me. Expensive shoes. I'm good on that. Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. A book? The left doesn't like her. Who? Kristi Noem? Well, not even Donald Trump likes her, so... You know.
And he has friends in the cabinet, Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth, for example, as well. He's known as loyal. He's good on television. It seeming to the president seems to
Bro,
think
we're
that.
not
But
all
with
focused on race like you, the joiners. Stop bringing up the fact that Obama's mom was white. That's so weird, bro.
Interesting here, Jeff, is that Senator Mullen told us today that he found out about this nomination barely a moment before we did, before the president announced it himself. He said, quote, to us, that it was a little bit of a surprise for us. He said he hadn't even had the chance to call Secretary Noem or his wife yet. He was already talking to the press, hadn't called either of them. He did praise Noem, but he said he's going to look for ways to improve.
No, I get you gish galloped after that, but no, I'm providing the reason why I don't like her. Because she's a horrible politician. She sucks. She's corrupt as hell. Corrupt as all hell. Was fucking one of her people under her. That's not good. That is not kosher, last time I checked.
There are always lessons to be learned. You know, listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better. And so I think there's an opportunity to build off successes, and there's also opportunities to build off things that maybe didn't go quite as planned.
If confirmed, Mullen would head one of the largest agencies in terms of personnel. Of course, it is also in a shutdown. There's also political stakes here. As you know, Republicans have been on a rock slide on what used to be one of their best issues, immigration.
Yep.
So tell us more about him and what his leadership, if confirmed, would mean for DHS.
He's an interesting man. Let's take a look at his biography, first of all. Mullen is a lifelong Oklahoman. He's a businessman, owned a family plumbing business as well as real estate and a farm, a ranch. He was elected to the
Okay, I
House
think
in
we actually caught this segment yesterday, so gonna boost ahead and probably watch the news wrap, then we'll finish up the hearing.
Today's other headlines,
With,
a group of
no.
more than 20 states is suing the Trump administration over its planned
Oh.
15% global tariff, saying the president is overstepping his power. The lawsuit is led by the Democratic attorneys general from Oregon, New York, California, and Arizona. They argue that the president cannot, quote, sidestep the Supreme Court after the justices struck down the president's original slate of tariffs. It comes a day after a federal judge ruled that companies who paid tariffs before the Supreme Court's decision should be refunded. The Trump administration is likely to appeal that ruling. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told Latin American countries today to step up their fight against drug cartels, or the U.S. would, in his words, go on the offense alone. Hegseth was speaking to military officials from more than a dozen governments at what the Pentagon called the first America's Counter-Cartel Conference. He also said a failure to act could threaten their shared Christian heritage. His comments were echoed by Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who compared the fight against cartels to past battles against Islamic extremist groups.
The cartels that operate in this hemisphere are the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, and should be treated just as brutally and just as ruthlessly as we treat those organizations.
Today's meeting comes after months of U.S. military strikes on suspected drug boats in the region that have killed at least 150 people. President Trump is due to host a group of Latin American leaders for a security summit at his Florida golf club this weekend. Meanwhile, in Cuba, officials say Washington's oil blockade of the island is at least partly to blame for a widespread blackout that left millions in the dark. Musicians played on darkened streets by Havana's famous seawall as locals were forced to play dominoes by the glow of a rechargeable light bulb. Crews have been working day and night to restore power, and state media reported today just over half of Havana is back online. But for those enduring yet another outage, the frustration and anger are growing.
Bad. I'm bad.
All right, thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. I can't find anything about Obama and Bush being related. Him and Ford do share some ancestry, though. Right there.
I don't
the
have
Fords
words to describe
bred
what I'm
him.
going through. Heat, mosquitoes, and
Obama,
no electricity. The
Fords bred Obama to be the ultimate destroyer of capitalism. Yep. That's my theory.
I know all the problems there are, but it's been more than 24 hours now.
Cuba has long struggled with an aging electric grid, and the Trump administration's blockade of the island has only made matters worse for locals. Officials warn it could take up to 4 days to fully restore power. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, 200 Ukrainians returned home today, as did 200 Russians, in the latest prisoner swap between the two countries. In Ukraine, there were tearful reunions. Some of the freed prisoners were captured as early as 2022 during the siege of Mariupol. That's according to President Volodymyr Zelensky, who also thanked the U.S. for, quote, making the exchange possible.
I just read it the other
war
day.
Remain at a standstill, but Kyiv and
Well,
Moscow have
it looks
regularly
like you've
agreed
been
to
led
swaps
astray,
like
my
this.
friend.
Officials say another one could come tomorrow. Health
That's all
Secretary
right. We
Robert F.
all
Kennedy
get led
Jr. says more
astray
than 50
sometimes.
medical schools have agreed to teach more about nutrition after pressuring universities to embrace his recommendations for months. He made the announcement today alongside Education Secretary Linda McMahon. Kennedy said the schools will now require 40 hours of what he called comprehensive nutrition education.
More than 30,000
Oh, this guy's gonna fucking... This guy's doing untold damage. He's the real bad dude here. Not gonna lie. Endurance? Yeah, I'll take that. Actually, we'll do, I don't know. Yeah, endurance. Might as well get that up. Ask Google if Bush and Obama are... I mean, it should be pretty easy to look at their... I feel like more people would know about that, man.
Now graduate equipped with nutrition education to help prevent, treat, and reverse chronic
And so
disease.
what if they're related?
This is how we implement the MAHA agenda.
Kennedy and McMahon insisted the initiative was not a mandate, but some universities have expressed concern about federal interference. And it comes as Kennedy has been pivoting away from talking about his controversial push to overhaul vaccine policy and focusing more on food and nutrition.
Wow.
On Wall Street today, stocks sank after the price of oil spiked to levels not seen since 2024.
What's brainworms yapping about? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what my comment about wanting to breed the 44th president was deleted. Oh, well. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word breed, but I did. Hey, we're not too afraid to be a little silly out here, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, I gotta get over this thing. No! No! Dude, I'm a god. I'm a god. I meant to cast Amulet of Slow Falling, but that didn't work out. But we're still here. Just gotta swim a little bit now. No, most presidents are not installed, my friend. That is not how our democracy works, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I should say. No, people vote and they have to be convinced. That's just how it works. Anyways, that's Cope saying that about our system. Something tells me you voted for Donald Trump and you are not happy about the results, so now it's both sides suck. I just have a feeling. I could be wrong, you know. I've been wrong before, so... But that's just what it's screaming. Why is it? What's up with this boat? What's up with this boat? Why is it fucked up?
Industrial average dropped nearly 800 points. The Nasdaq fell around 60 points. The S&P 500 also ended the session lower.
Where are we? Rhetoric. What great house do I want to join? I'm a big Imperial fanboy, so anything that helps the Imperial effort, I would like to, God, why is my chat not updating? This is weird. I don't know what's going on with it. Wait, Bush and Trump are 12th cousins? Whoa. Hold on, we're hitting on something.
Studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
And we'll be back shortly for a conversation.
I can't join the
with former
Telvanni
CEO
because I'm part of the
Goldman
Mages Guild, unfortunately. And you know what? The Telvanni are kind of fucked up. And I don't want to own slaves either. I know a lot of Morrowinders are big fans of slaves, so... But I need to join a house so I can gain legitimacy. So, what house are we doing? I'm against religious freedom? Let them worship Talos? This was before the Talos ruling. But even then, you can worship Talos in secret. You just can't be open about it, you know? Unfortunately. And I think the 8 divines are plenty. I think they've got plenty. And I will say that the Empire agrees with you, but they were forced into this plan by the Altmeri Dominion. So we need Skyrim's strength to fight against the Altmeri Dominion. But, you know, we need the strength of Skyrim. We can't lose Skyrim and have Hammerfell as a kingdom that is in alliance with the Empire, but still doesn't really. They still do some fuck shit, you know. We need Skyrim, my friend, so we can fight the Aldmeri Dominion, so you can worship Talos. Okay? That's why we need the Aldmeri Dominion. Or, not the... We need Skyrim. At some point, we are going to bring the fight. But until then, we gotta bide our time. Anyways, for anybody that's wondering what we're talking about, nerd shit.
Sachs about today's economic concerns and his new book.
But first, take a moment to hear from your local PBS station. It's a chance to offer your support, which helps to keep programs like the NewsHour on the air. For those of you staying with us,
dude, Talos isn't even in Morrowind, I don't think. Am I wrong about that? Like, maybe I am. Because didn't Talos arise after Oblivion? Am I misinterpreting? So, like, I don't even think the 9 divines are, or there's only 8 right now, right? Or am I wrong about that? And there is actually another house. Hold on, I might be getting a call. Let me check. No. No calls yet. By the way, if anybody disagrees, feel free to call in and debate me. I think I'm a pretty chill dude. I don't typically I bring my heat for actual MAGA creators. I don't really heckle too much the rank and file. Freudian split, 9 divines. Well, okay, listen. I agree. I think you should be able to worship Talos, but listen, man. Don't you want the entire empire to be able to worship Talos? Don't you want the entire empire to be able to worship Talos, my friend? Because if Skyrim splits away, they're not going to be able to do that. Think of all the people in Cyrodiil, all the people in High Rock that are not able to worship Talos, but they want to. They want to worship Talos. But unfortunately, the Altmeri Dominion, in their war clause, we couldn't worship Talos. And we lost, unfortunately. So we got to gain our strength back. And Skyrim is essential to that.
Space industry is booming, and smaller startups are beginning to make a name for themselves as
I think this will be an interesting.
Well, our science correspondent Miles O'Brien has this encore story of one company in New Zealand that's catching some attention of its own.
All right, Michael, what's this room called?
So this is the Mission Control Center.
Another day, another pair of launches on tap for the world's second most frequent flyer to space after SpaceX, Rocket Lab. Launch director Michael Peterson showed me their mission control room for the rocket they call Electron.
It's ramping up and up. So last year we did 16 launches. This year we're doing 20 or so. We will continue to accelerate that. And
what's wrong? Was Neutron taken? Oh God, I'm too funny.
Before long, we'll be doing one a week, maybe more.
This, but still well short of the record-setting pace set by SpaceX. Elon Musk's company has logged more than 160 Falcon 9 launches this year.
Starlink deploy confirmed.
most of them to deploy its Starlink internet constellation.
With SpaceX, they have unlimited money and unlimited people, right? We've had to be a bit more scrappy.
All right, I like these guys. I like these guys. SpaceX did start out in kind of a similar way too, so I like these guys. They're the scrappy ones. People argue Elon doesn't deserve $1 billion. No, he doesn't. He's already got enough money, man. Already got enough.
It reflects the culture of its country of origin, New Zealand, and its CEO, Peter Beck, a rocket company founder who didn't begin with billion-dollar deep pockets. Beck grew up in a small town in southern New Zealand, telling anyone who would listen that he wanted to build rockets. I imagine there was some skepticism.
That's an understatement. There was no...
Yeah, because the other parties aren't going to win, you know? Just gonna be honest, they're not gonna win. Just being frank, that's why that's the case. The Ocean Gate, like Ocean Gate, Sandy?
Trodden or obvious pathway. Had to start from zero and build it up, growing this company. And
no, we lost jobs, dude. We lost jobs. What are you talking about? What is this cope? We created about 100,000 jobs. And let me see how many we lost again. We lost... Here, I'll just look it up on my main browser. Ooh, that's not a good. That doesn't look good. Ooh. Job losses in 2025 were substantial, marking the weakest year for U.S. job growth since the pandemic. Employers added only about 584 jobs in total, averaging about 49,000 per month, a sharp decline from the 2 million jobs created in 2024. About 1.2 million job cuts. And only creating about... So it's even worse than what I was saying. Wow. I was giving Trump too much credit. Layoffs surged in 2025 with U.S. employers announcing 1.2 million job cuts, a 58% increase from 2024, and the highest annual total since 2020. The technology sector led private sector layoffs with over 154,000 cuts, and AI was directly cited in over 54,000 layoffs. Major companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and Salesforce reduced workers, citing structural shifts driven by automation and AI. Wow, it's even worse. So it looks like we've lost... You got to subtract this number from this number. Looks like we lost about 500,000 jobs. Whoa. That's not good.
in adversity.
He founded the company in 2006. His second hire was Sean O'Donnell, now the chief engineer, special projects.
So this facility is called APC, our Auckland Production Complex.
It's all electrons.
This guy's a badass. He's missing an arm. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, I think I have a dispel. Hey, what's up, Mr. Mayhem? Yeah, well, 1.2 million plus 2.2 million is 5.6 billion jobs added. That's true. Undeniable. Yeah, it is crazy anyone can go to the bat for Donnie these days. Hey, Mr. Mayhem is back. Yes, sir. He's a faithful warrior in the Shrimp Wars.
Yeah, the final assembly and testing all happens here.
He gave me a tour of their bustling rocket factory.
We designed this facility to be able to build one electron
Yeah,
launch
but
vehicle
that
a
doesn't
week.
make up for the 580,000 jobs that were lost.
He took me to the power pack,
The joiners.
which houses 9 Rutherford engines. They are 3D printed, so they can be manufactured
No, we didn't.
faster
It's
and
not
scale.
indisputable. What are you citing for that? You're just saying stuff, Sandy. You're just saying stuff and hoping it's right. It's indisputable. Well, I just disputed it. So what do you got to say about that? By the way, if anybody disagrees, feel free to call in through the number there. And if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. I do a show every day, and we're going to start having earlier shows and longer shows where I talk about the news and politics. So look forward to that.
The first of their kind to reach orbit. The rocket itself is the first orbital vehicle made entirely from carbon composite materials.
Oh,
So very lightweight construction, which differs from a lot of rockets which are made out of aluminum.
Electron has enjoyed a long run of smooth sailing off the
All right,
launch
please
pad.
explain to me. Please explain to me. So, if employers only added 584,000 jobs in total, if that's all that employers added the entire year, but we lost 100.2 million jobs. No, we didn't gain 1 million jobs. Employers added only 584,000 jobs. Like, I'm wondering, what are you citing? Yeah, that's something else. In 2026, the unemployment rate rose to 4.4. Because 1.2 because what x times what? You're doing weird math, dude. No. That is the number of job losses. No, this is the number of jobs made. This is the number of job losses. No, dude, just actually discuss the data here. I'm not looking it up wrong. I did Google it. You're the one that's wrong here, my friend. Okay, so x minus equals. No, dude. It's this number minus this number. It's not that hard. It's 584 subtracted by 1.2 million. It's not hard, bro. Here, let's get a calculator out. You're right. This must be really hard. I forgot about that. It is hard to do math. So, what we do, we always put the bigger number first, Sandy. That's what we always put the bigger number first. So we're going to go 1, 2, just like that. We're going to add some zeros. Whoa, that's 12,000. Whoa. That's 120,000. Now that's 1 million. Right? I'm not wrong about that. Yes. So, this is the number of jobs we lost in 2024 or 2025, okay? Number of jobs we lost in 2025. We're going to subtract that by the number of jobs gained in 2025, which is 584. All right, we're going to put that in at 584. Now, 3 zeros. This is a big number. 3 zeros. 1, 2, 3. And then you subtract that, and it's left with the total number of jobs still not filled by that 584 number. 616 jobs lost. I'm subtracting. So, Bill, what I'm doing right now is subtracting the total number of jobs lost just in the private sector, 1.2 million, by the total number of jobs gained, which is 584,000. So, what we're going to do is we can do it again if we want, but what we did was we subtracted 1.2 million minus 584,000. Now, I think what's confusing you guys is the subtraction. Okay? We're not subtracting any jobs away from the total. We're actually adding the jobs. So we still need to add 616 more jobs for it to be equal. No, it's not. What is this math you're doing, bro? 584 is the amount gained after you have already subtracted. No, it's not. No, it's not. That is not the case at all, my friend. 616. That's the number of jobs we lost. Without, that's the number of jobs we lost. And that's without adding U.S. government. That is private sector losses. Anyways, let's continue.
74 successful missions out of 78 attempts, a 95% reliability rate in an...
Bro, can you actually just contend with the argument? You're not contending with the argument. You're saying, no, that's the number that's already been subtracted. No, it's not. That is the net number of jobs gained. Not subtracted, but that is not the net number of jobs gained after being subtracted by net number of job losses. No, that is the net number of jobs gained. And I don't see how that had anything to do with my job, but it's all right.
An inherently risky business.
The main purpose of the fairing is to protect the payload.
O'Donnell took me...
Bro, now you're just pulling numbers out of your ass. Now you're just, we did not lose 30 million jobs. You're wrong, bro. No, you're wrong and you're spreading misinformation. I'm not wrong at all. You're the one claiming that the net job gain, or no, it's not net job gain. The total number, this is 584 jobs in total. This isn't net. This isn't jobs gained. Or this is jobs created. No, we did lose. We may have created 584 jobs, but we lost 1.2 million jobs. No, it's not, bro. You're gaslighting now. Literally everyone in my chat agrees with me except for you. So I think you may be the wrong one here.
To the fairing, the pointy end of
but
the
it's not even, it doesn't matter who thinks we're right. I'm the one who's right here. You're going to have to bring me data that shows that that number was subtracted by the net amount loss. Show me that. Show me where it says they subtracted in the BLS statistics. Show me where it said they subtracted that.
Electron is built to deliver small...
You can't.
payload.
You're just making things up. It's not net. You're making things up, man. Show me where it says that.
Weighing no more than about 660 pounds to low Earth orbit. It may not look like much, but the miniaturization of electronics and sensors...
Past 400 subs? Oh yeah, Sounds. We crushed it. We're absolutely killing it out here. I'm currently debating basic math with MAGA. Unfortunately, we're struggling here. We're struggling here. But I think we made some breakthroughs. Anyways.
Has dramatically shrunk satellites. Rocket Lab has carved out a near monopoly.
Dude, I know what that number means. Why don't you just ask Google to try and justify your worldview more? I don't know, man. I know what that number means. 584 jobs in total. That doesn't say net. That says in total. Oh my gosh. You're denying reality, man.
In launching small communications,
We
Earth
lost
imaging,
616
and
jobs,
sensing
my friend.
platforms for private customers, NASA, and national security agencies. Rocket Lab is getting bigger with a holistic approach to space. It launched NASA.
Anyways, can we just please shout out this fucking rocket company? They're doing God's work.
NASA's capstone mission to the moon, built the satellites for the...
Yeah, I'll try. We can do nouns and verbs. Pronouns might be a little hard, though. Might be a little hard to get your brain around that one. It's okay.
Mission to Mars.
I was pretty bad. Dude, we did not... Where are you seeing... All right, here we go. Here we go. This is why Bill is our blessed Chad. All right, here we go. Thank you, Bill. All right. So, let's look up job. I don't think it's going to have loss. Oh, it is. I don't think it'll say it like that. One moment. Payroll employment, change of the household survey data. The unemployment rate at 4.4%. The number of unemployed people at 7.6 million. 27 weeks or more, changed a little at 1.9. Both the labor force participation at 62 point. That's not horrible. Part-time economic reasons decreased by 400. Oh, wow, that's not good. People not in the labor pool. Sorry, I hope this isn't too boring for you guys. Minus 11,000. Is it towards the end, Bill? I'm just kind of skimming it right now. Population estimates and household survey. Okay, so this is just oh, actually. Oh, it's just the population estimates. Oh, okay, got you. Unemployed. The 4.4 came out today. It was lower. Well, now it's high, my friend. That is not a good fucking inflation rate, by the way. 12 months. The industry has lost jobs per month over the 12-month. Oh. Hold on. Excuse me. Control F plus. I'm not finding the 584 number here. But it's probably in here. I just gotta sparse it out. Oh, okay, here we go. Table A, let me read. Sorry, I hope this isn't too boring for you guys. This is just about right here, labor force participation, which is interesting because there's a large amount not in the labor force, but anyways. Officials. Honestly, this isn't too big. We could go over this each month. It's not too big. Yeah, and they're talking about how they changed the methodology, which is kind of suspect. Total number of non-farm payroll employment. Social assistance continued an upward trend. Warehouse employment changed in February. A job loss in couriers and messengers, 17,000, was partially offset by a gain in air traffic. That's interesting. In 2026 delayed. I'm just looking for total number of job loss. But I'm not finding it. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, though. Bill, I might need your help here. Anyways, we'll look over that in a... So Sandy is right. Oh no, was I wrong? But the Biden administration... Okay, that's what I originally thought. So my original thought was that we had gained jobs, but not by a large amount. Anyways, let's continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll admit, we did not lose 616 jobs. We gained 184,000. But hey, we needed to, I'm glad I was able to adjust that. So ladies and gentlemen, we did technically gain jobs, but like a small amount.
A privately funded
Only about 180,000.
into Venus. Beck's goal, to be an end-to-end player
I'm not going to apologize for being wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
You're able to build a satellite using your own...
That was mega math. No, you weren't even... Don't act like you were right in the 29 million jobs gained and lost area.
Components, launch the satellite on your own rocket and operate the satellite in orbit. So for us, this is where we've been driving methodically to go.
But to get there, they need a bigger rocket. And that is what they're building right now. It's called Neutron. So at this point, you have a basic design, but the design work doesn't end. Is that the idea?
The design...
Bro, that is not what you think it is. But anyways.
Sean DeMello is the vice president in charge of the Neutron program. The rocket is designed to deliver nearly 29,000 pounds of payload to low Earth orbit, 40 times more than Electron. This right now is...
Yeah, and it's like... So I'll concede, we did gain 181,000 jobs. I'll concede that, but that doesn't help the fact of the matter of 4.4 inflation. That doesn't account for any of that.
It's a missing piece for Rocket Lab, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite literally the big piece, one of the big pieces of the puzzle here. It closes that loop on being end-to-end.
It's not as large as SpaceX's Falcon 9, which can carry about 50,000 pounds to orbit. But Neutron would put Rocket Lab in the same league.
There is a pretty significant demand for launch right now. There's only a handful of launch vehicles
Okay, that's just wrong, though. Biden gained the around 800,000 over his 4 years. That's just a lie.
available. Basically have Falcon 9 launching at a high rate, and the market's looking for more alternatives.
Launch historically is a hard place to make money. I think this is going to be a challenging trip.
Carissa Christensen is founder and CEO.
Anyways, are you guys interested in this rocket stuff? Interesting, but not really. Not really what we're here for. Anyways, we got to finish this congressional hearing from Kristi Noem, the Shield.
No competitive bid. And I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue.
Anyways, guys, if you guys need an update on what's going down in the congressional hearing here, a big point of contention is these references or how she got this, how she secured the deal between the campaign, like how she secured the deal for the campaign finances. Have I heard of Professor Yang? I think so. That name sounds familiar. Let me look him up. By the way, Mayhem, my name's Cade, if you ever want to call me by my human name. Interesting. Predictive history. That's a science I actually advocate for. There needs to be a science of how predicting how large groups of people work, because one person is impossible, you know. You can never predict what happens with one person, but when groups of people get together, they do act a little, there are similar ways in which that collective acts.
Is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case,
he seems interesting. I'll watch some of his videos.
Agency filed a notice. Right. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition.
And thank you for spelling my name right. I can't believe so many people do it with the K. Well, no, that's not what they're saying. But what they are saying is that it wasn't competitive. She chose somebody to get that contract instead of having an actual competitive bid for it. And I wouldn't be too sure. I'm actually doing a little research on old Kristi, and I'm excited to see what I find. We're gonna look into like those contracts for those warehouses, cause I've seen people spell your name Cade, C-A-I-D. Yeah, that's nice. It's all right. At least my name's getting out there.
Made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received...
If you want to be technical, she wrote it... Oh yeah, that's something else! That's something... God damn, there's so much with this. Yeah, it was a company that was created like 8 days before the contract. Yeah. I'm going to be doing research into this because I think this is a blatant example of corruption. I think someone like CoffeeZilla could even cover it.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract and to participate in it.
Well,
so that is why the two of them were
that's
chosen.
Inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States, you identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media Company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell you
was
about
done
it.
according to
Madam
law.
Secretary,
It
the
was done by
Oh, she's getting snappy. I feel like she knows she's fucked. I think Donald Trump watched this congressional hearing, guys. I do. And I think he was embarrassed, you know? I think he probably watched this one just from how he was talking and
address is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days.
Yeah.
8 days before.
Wow, this is bad, dude. This is, well, obviously it's bad, but like this is corruption on a completely different scale.
Before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence.
But can we
from
also,
a political...
can we get some appreciation for Bill? Shout out to Bill. He helped, you know, I'll admit I'm wrong sometimes, but Bill is always able to help me out, show me the right way. He's just an absolute Chad, and he's smart. And I hear he's very tall. Of course, we're going to bring up the Somali fraud, which they can only point to the Feeding Our Futures scandal. They can't point to anything else. More and more arrests in that now? No, there's not. Where are the arrests? Let's look it up. Who got arrested? I haven't seen news of it, but hey, maybe this is a blind spot. Who got arrested?
And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
all
merit...
followed, all done correctly.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, I was wrong, and I was being a little condescending. I admit that. But let's be honest. A lot of MAGA would have been a lot worse, so... I don't know what to tell you, man. I apologized. But if you're, you know, don't clutch your pearls here. This is a place for big boys. Over 100 arrests in total. Well, who? I mean, who got arrested? Who was the lead operative? I haven't seen this. I'm not saying you're wrong, but...
14 billion impressions from that marketing campaign.
Sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that illegal migration was coming from.
Madam Secretary,
overwhelmingly effective.
We all understand the argument that you've made. That somehow this ad campaign on Fox News of you at Mount Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're using millions of dollars of taxpayer money in this way. It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back.
Can I speak to the IG?
Yes, you can. Quick.
The IG has been told repeatedly, in writing, verbally, on the phone, that he
Well,
can
you
have
can
access
type
to
them at
anything at the
least.
Department of Homeland
I'd
Security.
have to see,
he can.
like,
He doesn't
where-
need my permission to come and brief members of Congress
where
on
you're
the
getting
Hill.
this from.
He just needs to provide a scoping memo, which is what every single IG gets from every single department and agency. All intelligence agencies require a scoping memo. He just hasn't done that. He wants unfettered access to every single thing in the department, and that's not the process, and that's not any other IG has demanded that.
Chairman, a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman's recognized.
All right,
Enter into the
let's
record.
look into some of these names. Beckham Hadith. Hold on, okay, it's not going to let me copy all that. Unfortunately. So let's take a look here. Bro, this was in Feeding Our Futures. This guy had already been arrested. This guy's already been arrested, dude. What are you talking about? Well, let's look up another one while we're at it. Mohammed. Now let's see again. This is also in the Feeding Our Future scandal. Bro, you're just giving you're just giving names of the Feeding Our Future scandal. This guy was arrested. Yeah, this guy's already been arrested. Now, I'm sure the third one isn't going to be part of it's going to be part of the new scandals that have been exposed. Oh, Feeding Our Future yet again. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's been 100+ arrests, my friend. Those are all people from Feeding Our Future.
Let's get to some breaking news that is still unfolding. The Trump Justice Department has just uploaded new FBI documents missing from the initial releases of the Epstein.
All right, let's look at this guy. First defendant charged in autism fraud. LC, often 19-year-old relatives with no formal training as behavioral technicians. Well, I guess we'll see with this guy. But this isn't the huge waves like you were saying. 100 million or 100 people.
A tweet from the Department of Homeland Security responding.
If you're including the Feeding Our Future cases, then it may very well have hit 100 people by now. But there were a lot of people involved in that.
To the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler's claims earlier.
Yep, without objection. Gentleman from North Carolina for unanimous consent.
Yes, I have three, Mr. Chairman. I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a Climate Power article titled Kristi Noem Gutted Disaster Response.
Objection.
And then a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a Guardian article titled A Bar, Kitchen, Flat Screen TVs, $70 million DHS is eyeing for deportations.
Objection.
And then the last one, a press release by my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem spends $200 million taxpayer dollar money for a pair of Gulfstream private jets.
Without objection. Gentleman from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Noem, I want to start with your testimony in front of Congress last year. You said, quote, "I think it's shameful to see the defense of individuals who break our laws. We are a nation of laws. If we are not a nation of laws, we are no nation at all." Do you stand by that?
I do.
We are a nation of laws. And obviously, in a nation of
Yeah,
laws.
only about 10 more, if we're using the Feeding Our Future numbers, got arrested. That's massive right there.
Agencies have to comply with lawful court orders. Secretary Noem, since you took over the department, how many times has DHS violated a court order?
We always comply with federal court orders. I believe the instances that you're talking about are times when a judge has issued an order and notification came to us in a period of time that was a large enough gap to not meet the deadline. So we may have missed
Secretary
a deadline.
Noem, if I could,
never violated
if I could,
a court
Secretary
order.
Noem,
We've always
I have
followed
the
those.
numbers handy right here because last week a federal judge appointed by George W. Bush identified 210 times when your agency violated court orders. And one judge has said about ICE, ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence.
Damn.
Now, Secretary Noem, you have said repeatedly that your department is, quote,
Oh, joiners, if you want to know about Omar, that was her, that winery was, like, that's the total and how much it's valued at. But she doesn't own the whole thing. She only owns, like, part of it. So that's why but it's listed as if she owned it.
following all court orders. But just because you keep saying it does not make it true. And Americans aren't stupid, and they can see what is happening, and judges are also sounding the alarm. In a case where you attempted to deport Ramesa Öztürk because of her First Amendment protected rights, First Amendment protected speech, the judge said that you and Secretary Rubio had engaged in an unconstitutional conspiracy, and that you both failed in your duties to protect the Constitution. And frankly, those words are absolutely shocking. And the reality is that you refuse to acknowledge, and you're doing it here today, you refuse to acknowledge that your agency has broken the law. Since you have been at the helm of this agency, has anyone at DHS lied to a federal judge?
No, we comply with all federal court orders. I'm surprised.
Oh, notice how she almost said no, but she stopped.
Is your
She stopped
testimony
herself.
that no one at ICE has violated a court order or has lied to a federal judge? Is that your testimony?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any situations where that has happened.
Well, so when you look at what the court said in the Öztürk case, it said the court rejects
They took
this
down the
testimony
website
from ICE.
for the winery? Yeah, probably because it was getting massive amounts of DDoS attacks and shit.
ICE's leadership as disingenuous, as squalid, and dishonorable. So we have a federal judge who has rejected testimony from ICE's leadership because it wasn't true. So the head of ICE, Acting Director Todd Lyons, lied in sworn testimony. Has he been fired?
No, Todd Lyons is a good man who has
Have there been any,
decades,
Secretary Noem, have there been any consequences? Has there been any consequences for him lying to a federal judge? That's what I want to know. Are there any consequences for someone under your leadership
common knowledge
lying?
We have activist judges out there throwing opinions.
So you have
around
said
that are not based
repeatedly,
on law,
again, I just want to bring us back to my question. You have said that we are a nation of laws.
Yes.
Nobody is above the law. You are not above the law. Todd Lyons is not above the law.
Believe that,
no
then
one
every
working
person
for
who's
you,
in this country
nobody
illegally
working for you
should be
is
held
above the
accountable
law.
for breaking
So I
that
want to
law.
say this, Secretary Noem, it is shocking to Americans right now to see that you can sit in front of this committee and continue to cover for people who are working under you. You're in charge now. This is your DHS. The buck stops with you. The fact that you have people working under you that are lying to federal judges and that you're not going to take responsibility for that and hold them accountable to that is shocking. And I think Americans deserve so much better than that. And your employees have regularly ignored court orders and lied to judges. Now you're covering up. And I just want to say, this conduct alone is impeachable. And I want you to know that Americans will get accountability.
Can't impeach her when she's the shield of the Americas.
Of aspects of DHS for killing innocent Americans, for terrorizing
Can't do
children.
that, buddy. How you gonna get
They
rid
will
of a
get
shield?
accountability. And you are the Secretary
Good
of
luck.
DHS for now.
Oh,
And you
that
think you're
didn't last
immune
very
from
long.
accountability, but I promise you this: one day, he is not going to be president anymore. He is not going to be in charge. And when that day comes, we will still be here, and we will still be seeking
You don't have
accountability.
any evidence of that, though. Like, why would you say that, man? I mean, I wouldn't, unless there's evidence, I wouldn't say that personally. MAGA leadership are fucking worthless shitbags. I agree with that.
And in hearings like this, we are going to continue to prove your guilt. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina.
By the way, if you're enjoying the
Gentlelady from
stream, don't
California is
forget to
recognized
like
for 5
and
minutes.
subscribe. It really
Thank you,
helps
Mr.
out the
Chair.
channel.
Thank you, Secretary, for joining us. Finally, you are in charge of protecting the homeland. And so your judgment and the judgment of your senior staff can be the difference between life and death. So I think that judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then, is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowski your de facto chief of staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this person has done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to build the controversial detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions, and have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts and grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity. So does Corey Lewandowski have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder
Well,
what
yeah, it was
are
probably
his
just a normal,
qualifications for this
just
job.
like a landing page to show people the business. You probably have to go there to get the wine.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship that has made President Trump, quote, uncomfortable. The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowski as your chief of staff due to reports of a
God damn it, I don't think
romantic
they have the book I'm
relationship
looking for.
between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government employee, a position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days and requires him to disclose if he is making money off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady. Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment, illegal lobbying for a Venezuelan oil company, and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position
Well,
he
that's
has ever
actually,
held.
Delco, that's actually what a lot of the questioning was in this Congress, especially from Kennedy. Basically accusing her of doing something similar.
Due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed, undisclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising someone in your position. He is unqualified, which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So, Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure
because they're
as
having
Director of
sex.
Department of Homeland Security, have you
That's actually the
had
reason.
sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
and
my
ma'am, one thing that I would tell you
I'm-
is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House. There are thousands
She
of
didn't
them in the
deny
federal
it.
government.
So reclaiming
That's
my time,
bad.
Secretary, it is
And has
okay for
no-
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be making
question.
any
It is
decisions,
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to be,
question.
making
But it is
decisions
also
and
a
putting
real
up your
question.
position. So what I would say
And
to
you should be able to
is
answer
that
the
what we do at the
question
Department of Homeland Security
clearly
every single
and without
day,
any hesitation.
every single day is to protect
If
this
someone
country
is
and to
asking
make
if
decisions.
you or any federal
sorry,
official
guys.
is sleeping with their subordinate, that should
I
be
have-
the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question.
Is garbage?
Because it is not about
It is
your sex
offensive
life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your
That
judgment.
Damn, she
kind of
kinda got
garbage is
called
about
out here.
Reclaiming my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
as
Time belongs-
chair.
Time belongs to the
Do
gentleman.
you think
from
Noam's favorite
California,
position
but
is
it's
doggy
my turn to
style?
respond.
Oh,
I
who
will.
knows?
I want to let
She
you
definitely
know
likes
it
killing
is about
dogs,
your
so-
judgment and decision making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are
Tabloid
giving
garbage
information and making
equals
decisions clearly.
absolutely
It is about
cheating on her
conflict of
husband. Oh, yeah.
interest. It is about a national security risk Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect
Did they get rid of
the
that
homeland.
lug, by the way?
And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly.
This was a
any
big
sort of
moment
cloudiness,
for this Congresswoman.
and that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans and not costing them millions of dollars, and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to enter into the record some articles, and I'm asking for unanimous consent. Nome tightens her grip on DHS. Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without
while sitting-
objection.
Okay. The next one is Kristi Nome.
Also
secretly
goats.
took a
Yeah,
cut
she shot a
of
goat the
political
same day for
donations from
misbehaving.
Without objection.
Kristi Nome fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. Wall Street Journal.
Oh my
Without
God.
objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Nome's D.C. home.
Oh, that's insane. Dude, she is absolutely cheating on her husband. Holy fuck.
Barbie's Mile High privacy chamber with alleged lover exposed. Wall Street Journal, how Corey Lewandowski became Kristi Nome's gatekeeper at DHS.
Objection.
A pilot fired over Kristi Nome's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS. Wall
Objection.
Street Journal.
Fired
Police-
for a missing blanket? Oh my God. She fired somebody because they didn't remember her blankie?
Charged Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Without objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. CBS News. Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned company Politico.
Without objection.
List of U.S. cities raising security amid Iran conflict. Newsweek.
Without objection.
Kristi Nome, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Nome misled Congress yesterday
Dude, I love
about
this
top
woman.
aide's role in DHS
She's kind of a badass.
contracts.
Objection.
Policy number 1.
I mean, personally, the joiners, I think we should pay our representatives well so they don't have to feel like they have to take these deals. It's not a blanket as much as a cum rag. She cuddles with it when she misses her boyfriend. Aw, poor hubby, unable to please Kristi. Poor guy.
10271 from ICE. It is an anti-fraternization policy prohibiting romantic or sexual relationships between supervisors and their subordinates. And with that, I yield.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Exhausted.
No, not at all. I just I think we're setting records like Mr. Biggs and now the
I'm
gentleman
being-
from California. You're gonna go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. Let's go. So let's get started.
All right.
Hey, they at least seem to have a decent working relationship. That's good.
A Vox article, the mess that Kristi Nome made.
Without objection.
No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. But it wasn't the lug behind her. You guys remember that dude? They showed him right around. There was like, okay, it was right around here. There's like a big dude sitting right behind her, and me and my chat were joking that was the clone created by the Trump, like the super soldier clone created by the Trump administration to protect her. But unfortunately, she had fallen in love with him. And that was fun to joke about.
Times article, Nome's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without objection.
Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Kristi Noem
Is
misled
this
Congress
just
about
him,
top aides role at DHS.
introducing?
Without objection.
The Hill, Trump approval rating on immigration.
Jewelry heist.
What proactive measures have
Jewelry heist. Leave U.S.
Without objection.
And a February 13th article entitled "Father Who Found His 11-Year-Old Murdered in Texas Nearly Deported by ICE Before He Could Testify."
Wow.
Thank you, Mr.
That
Chairman.
is fucking insane. That's a crazy article. What? They deported what? That's insane.
From New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, about 3 weeks ago, you stood at a press conference and said, and I quote here, "When it gets to Election Day, we've been proactive to make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country." We all know what you mean and meant by the right people voting to elect the right leaders, but I want to narrow in on a different part of it. What proactive measures have you taken to make sure that the right people vote for the right leaders?
That's a good question, too.
The
There he is. They're cutting his eyes off. The lug is... Dude, look how big this guy is compared to these people. That's the secret agent assigned to protect Kristi Noem that she secretly fell in love with. There he is. You can't miss him. He's so big. God, I hope that's not her husband right beside him. Oh, no. John Super Soldier Horsecock here. Poor husband.
The Department of Homeland Security is to secure our critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed by statute in law.
I mean, you can just... once you notice him, it's impossible not to look at him. Once you notice that, man, it is impossible to take your eyes away from him. He's just that... He's a lug, dude. He's a fucking goon. He's like your classic, like, goon, like, not... Don't think of that goon, other goon. He's your classic, like, goon, dude. Damn it, you don't get to see the top of his head here. Okay, hold on. I'm going to just go back real quick. 125, just to show you. Look at that, man! That is a fucking goon right there. That is a goon, my friend. That guy is... He's terrifying. Yes, they are making super soldiers in the White House, ladies and gentlemen. And you should be afraid. Look at the fucking... just expressionless look on this man. Protect Kristi. I will protect Kristi. Not a single thought going on in there. That's not her husband, by the way, so that's good.
People voting to elect the right leaders, but I want to narrow in on a different part of it. What
Yeah, he looks mad they're being mean to his fuck buddy. I can take... No, dude, that man is a fucking super soldier. We just get to see his fucking huge ass muscles. We don't get to see the bionics that were put into the man. That's an entire Nicaraguan death squad worth of firepower. You're not getting past him.
active measures have you taken to make sure that the right people vote for the right leaders?
Now, Kristi Noem, she can take him, if you know what I'm saying.
The job of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed by statute in law
I understand
as
that.
critical
That's
infrastructure.
long
Well, no, it
before.
is.
What proactive measures
So what
have
that
you
means is
taken?
that we go forward and identify vulnerabilities that may exist in that system. And then how that applies to elections is talking with states who run elections, identify and help them see how they can possibly be.
Dude, you just look at the presence. He's got a presence, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, he's pushing this guy and this woman out of their seats. Man has a like, this guy can feel this man's heartbeat right now. I guarantee it.
And yes, CISA is supposed to do that, but let's discuss, if we don't mind, just to reclaim my time because I want to move forward, some of the other possibilities that have been floated for how you will take or might take proactive measures to, quote unquote, make sure that the right people vote and elect the right leaders. Yesterday in the Senate hearing, you were asked a couple times about whether you would...
Earlier, you can smell it. Yeah. Earlier, you should have heard he was actually trying to make some noises. I don't know at what point in the hearing it was, but he was trying to speak, but unfortunately, I don't think they've taught him that yet.
Or would not station immigration agents at polling sites. A couple of times you said you had no plans to do so. Is that still your testimony?
That is, I have no plans.
Okay, so we all know that no plans today can turn into full plans tomorrow, so it doesn't answer the question. And you're still, am I right, unwilling to say that you will not send DHS agents to polling places. Is that correct?
I'm not certain why you and the Democrat Party are so concerned that that would actually happen. That must mean that you're indicating people would be showing up at the polls to vote illegally. Or
that's interesting.
Yes, okay, so let's talk about that, because this is the big voter fraud theory, right?
No, it's...
You're aware of...
No, I'm sorry. I don't get this. Kristi Noem is not attractive. What's up, crankbait? How are you, dog? No, you know, we all like our own things, and I even like older women. That's my type. But even with that buff, I still do not find her very attractive. But the lug behind her does. The goon behind her.
The Heritage Foundation, right?
Because I have not recommended...
Are you aware of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes, I am, but I...
Okay, don't lie. Like, people that just joined, that motherfucker has a presence. That man right there looks like he is a super soldier that was implemented by the White House. He towers above this man.
I have not recommended...
So the Heritage Foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, is a right-wing think tank.
Yeah, she used to... Okay, I will say, she used to be a lot prettier.
Created, drafted Project 2025, and it's been on a crusade to convince the American people...
But, you know, let's not judge people, you know, women's looks and stuff. Women try very hard.
That voter fraud by undocumented immigrants is a big deal. You know what the problem is?
And we already know we've got that she's got that beefcake right behind her, taking it every night. So, hey, she's got someone.
Is that you never talk about any actual evidence. And in fact, the Heritage Foundation's own information, its own data, says that in the 32 years from 1992 to 2024, out of 2 billion votes cast, 10 undocumented immigrants were found to have committed voter fraud.
10 of them. There are more important things to talk about than her mediocre looks. I agree. Somebody's racing outside. Just advantages of living in the void, my friend, you know? People just start race cars for some fucking reason. Hell yeah. So if it's not a problem, why oppose voter ID? Well, that would be because there's not a lot of people have forms of ID, and it definitely excludes people who are low on time or don't have the money. Like, if we're going to if we're going to implement voter ID, then we need to have the states make it easy to get IDs for citizens. I don't think that's that hard. So, and I give this example a lot. I live in Kansas, so we already have a voter ID system, and you do see a lot less people vote. It's a lot more of a hassle. Unfortunately. But I'm not necessarily opposed to voter ID. I think it'd be great for the entire. I think we need to implement the way we give out IDs, and we need to drastically reform that. I've been told to add "us" in between my my thoughts, so I sound more like Obama. So yeah, you guys know what I'm saying.
Out of 2 billion. Does that sound like a significant problem to you, that your answer about why you might put immigration agents is because there's voter fraud?
Individuals there, and I would think that if you have one
So you don't
person
think that
voting
voter fraud is a
improperly
problem?
in election.
So is it your testimony you don't think that voter fraud is a problem now?
I didn't say that. I said I have
Do
no.
you have any evidence ever, any data,
There are illegal
anything?
immigrants that have voted in elections.
Yeah, they're
before
10.
That has happened.
They're
Yeah,
10.
they're 10.
Do you have evidence more of that in
So
the last 30 years?
Are you arguing that they should be able to vote? Is that your argument today?
No, Madam Secretary.
Well, wouldn't you
I'm
want to
arguing
fix
that
any
it doesn't
flaw in
ever materially impact an election, and yet
We've had
you like
elections
to,
in
with
this
your
country.
snarky attitude, throw back
Ugh.
that we want undocumented immigrants.
Damn, he's getting in the pits with it. I like to see this. I like to see this, folks. This is, I think it, in Taiwan, they get in full on fist fights over their fucking politics. I feel like we need that. How do you know it's utter crap? Can you please point to the statistics that say otherwise? Or is it just vibes? I don't agree with some of the things you do, but I think you're a cool dude. Some of the other people I've talked to are hateful. Yeah, I have no issue with my Republican colleagues when the party is working. I just feel like it's not working right now because it's taken over by MAGA, common sense. All right, there we go. So it's vibes. It's just vibes for you. That's not actually data. And I'm glad you can admit it's just vibes because, yeah, there's no evidence that illegal people are voting. Yeah, 10 illegals voting in the last 30 years. That requires reform. You're just doing vibes, man. And vibes aren't good for how you should base your policy. Just because I feel like most Republicans are closeted homosexuals doesn't mean I need to make policy based on that. That's just something I feel. Well, until you bring up some facts and evidence to back that up, you're just doing things based on vibes, man. I hate to tell you. And unfortunately, I'm gonna hit you with the Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feelings.
To vote, which is absolute bogus. In reality, you
Whoa,
want to
this
create
place
an
is
excuse to terrorize our polling places. Not only that, are you familiar with this proposed executive order, 17
That's
pages,
sick.
that's been circulating?
I am not. What is it on?
It is
Are
a
you guys
proposed
seeing this
executive
fucking
order.
monument right here? That is sick as hell. What a cool dragon. Well, do you have any evidence of that? What up, Sandy? We're just finishing up the Kristi Noem interview, and I'm looking at this dope-ass dragon. But, anyways,
on establishing the security, integrity, and transparency of elections. And in it, it would propose that the president
Hold on,
declare a national emergency.
There's got to be something cool.
Use executive.
I think I want to be the Imperial, like, obviously we're going the Imperial route in Morrowind. I mean, how can I not? I'm such a fanboy. But, what should be I know there's houses that are, there's at least one house that is very, I know there's a house, a great house in Morrowind that is friendly to the Imperium. So, who would that be? Would it be, is it Redoran?
Authority to seize voting machines and ban mail-in ballots. You've not seen this at all?
Bro, you can't say stuff. You can't say it's right outside your window. Also, where do you live, bro? I live in a small town in Kansas, and I'm not seeing nearly the amount of what you're claiming. You know, it's pretty simple, man. And that's where they're saying, blame the Night Elves. Well, yeah, it's their fault at the end of the day. I mean, come on. No, I'm kidding. I'm a Night Elf. I'm wearing armor right now, so you can't tell. Let me take off my helmet. I'm a Night Elf myself. I think if you're going to be the Nervarine, it kind of just makes the most sense to be a Night Elf. Anyways. Excuse me.
And I've not had those conversations with anyone at the White House.
You've not had any conversations with anyone at the White House. That's good to know. If you were asked to do any of those things, do you believe
we have
you
welfare
have the
here, you know? But I've been to big cities, so it's not like I don't know how they are. But you're gonna have to show me some like data of where the illegals voted. If I see Nick Fuentes Skyrim meme. Oh, dude, there's actually another one. So I haven't seen that specific one, but I have seen the one where it's Caesar's Legion. He's Vulpes Icona, and Piers Morgan is a boomer. Good little meme there, but it's pretty good. You're friendly.
Constitutional authority to do that?
We are looking at the vulnerabilities to elections,
That's not my
making
question.
recommendations to states.
Do you
on what they
think
can
you
do
have the
to make sure they have
constitutional
secure
authority
elections.
to seize voting machines, to seize voter rolls, to prohibit mail-in ballots? Do you believe you have that constitutional
I've not
authority?
done an analysis on that, so I would not be able to speak as
You're the secretary of the department that is in charge of maintaining election security. You don't know what your authority is or is not?
My authority is to identify vulnerabilities and to recommend
Well, it would be
mitigation
helpful in executing that authority if you knew what your authority was.
Time of the gentleman.
I yield back.
Utterly
I do think the
ridiculous.
secretary knows the right.
Well, why don't you bring some data to support that, my friend? Show where the electors were, where the fake electors were. And I mean, if I don't get it. If we like faked it, okay, so if 2020 was stolen, right? Why didn't we do that in 2024? You know, I don't deny that an increase in people does, like in minority individuals, does typically lead to more Democrats getting elected in that area, but that's just a small time like a small time boost, because typically they become more conservative over time. But, you know.
People voting are citizens, something that we passed a bill to make sure that happens. And I assume that's what she was referencing when she made that statement.
You should look at the Heritage Foundation study too, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'll be happy to look at it. I just think citizens should vote. You guys think that that shouldn't be a requirement.
So do we.
I now
So
want
do
to
we.
recognize
It's just
this.
not an issue. It's not a
Former
problem, and
Attorney
yet you
General,
keep talking about it.
Gentleman's time is
There we go. All right, that was a good. I mean, that kind of killed Kristi Noem, honestly. I think Trump watched that one and was like, "Oh, we got to get her out of here, guys. We got to get her out of here." It was a bad showing, you know, because she couldn't answer that she didn't have sexual relations with someone. They did hit her with the classic Clinton. They did hit her with the Clinton. The Democrats learn. See, the Democrats learn. You hit us with the Clinton, we hit you back with the Clinton. Anyways. Okay, there are not 22 million non-American citizens, my friend. No, it's not a crazy stance. Again, my state has a voter ID law. No, the conclusion that I'm saying is if we want to implement voter ID laws, then we need to make it easier for citizens in each state to get IDs.
Files.
Anyways, I did want to watch this piece. Apparently they released, I'm going to look into, once I get off of here, I'm going to look into this, but, $22 million non-American citizens as of 2022. IDs are free? No, they're not. Not in every state. What are you talking about? They're not free. Sorry, friend.
Now, MS Now is pouring through these new files. We are taking our time.
It's not easy, though. You guys are acting like it's so easy. Like you don't have to wait for a period of time. Like you don't have to submit a shit ton of forms of documentation. And like people are going to have the time to do that in their busy lives.
Time to make sure we get it right. And we want to be careful on what we report on air. Here is what we can tell you.
Like, be honest. Does anybody here? They are here, friend. Who is here? That's not good. That sounds very foreboding. They are here? That's very ominous. Oh my God. Have to submit a form and wait? Yeah. No, it's more than just a birth certificate. You guys are being very dishonest right now. It's more than just a birth certificate. It's 2 forms of identification plus a recent bill that has been mailed to you. That's a lot. But anyways.
Right now, 3 of these documents are FBI 302
Yeah,
memos.
that's if they drive. Do you think Americans who don't drive should be excluded? You have to have an ID to get, I'm assuming you meant to get a bank account or buy a house. Some people don't have bank accounts or a house. I still think they should be allowed to vote. Some people don't have mail because they're homeless. Some people, I think the homeless should be allowed to vote in our elections. So it's just 4 pieces of paper? Yeah, that's a lot of pieces of paper. Do you have your birth certificate? Siamese Stormtrooper? Do you have it? Americans that don't drive are no less capable. No, they are. Because Oh, they are, definitely, because they can't drive to the DMV. Yes, you do? All right, that's very interesting. Do you have your passport? The homeless are too biased. See, that's not how our elections work, friend. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pass policy so people like you. So we're sorry we treat the homeless a little better than you guys. That's going to be represented in voting. All right. So, do you have a recent bill sent to your house, a house as well? Yes, you can vote if you're high on fent. There's no law that says you can't. Have to have an ID to buy some meds. Yeah, I agree. I think it should be a lot easier to get an ID. But now we're going to shift. Now we're going to be like, well, no, it has to be hard to get an ID too. You guys just want a certain set of people to vote in your elections. We get it. I have it sent by email. I can print it out. No, that won't work. You have to have your original, all the originals. You cannot have copies. You shouldn't be allowed to vote high on fent. It's their fucking right. Who cares? And I'm just doing this on the laws in Kansas, ladies and gentlemen. Laws are different everywhere, my friends. But these are just the laws in Kansas. It's definitely voter suppression. I don't know how you see it as anything else. Yeah, I agree. That's why you go register to vote. I do. It's wrong and shouldn't happen. Well, it doesn't sound like you do. Sounds like you need to get a printout of a form of identification. Why would you? Well, I'm giving you perfectly valid reasons, and you guys are just being like, oh, well, why wouldn't you want it? Sandy is bringing up some decent points, though. I'll give it to him. But I don't think that if we're gonna see, I'm not even necessarily opposing voter ID. I'm just advocating for it to be easier for certain states to get an ID because it will lead to voter suppression. What about Al Gore and the Chads? Al Gore is a Chad. Yes, voting is your right. Alcohol is not a right. Anyways, let's hear about Trump being a pedophile real quick. That's going to trigger everybody. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Notes that FBI agents used to summarize witness interviews. These notes contain unsubstantiated sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump. Specifically, they detail an unsubstantiated account of a woman who accused Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of sexually assaulting her decades earlier when she was just a teenager. One of the new documents reads in part, quote, Redacted was asked whether she felt comfortable detailing her contacts with Trump. Redacted again asked what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. There are many redactions on these forms. Trump has long denied any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein. To discuss, let's bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin.
Lisa, again, I want to just reiterate what Alicia just said for our viewers.
No, Al Gore is a based Chad who warned us about global warming far before it became a problem. Well, there's not a financial motive. As a matter of fact, that's why they went to the FBI and didn't go public with it.
We are definitely combing through all of these because these are the.
That's not true, my friend. A lot of people should have been in prison a long time ago.
302s, these forms, these FBI interview intake forms, were the thing that, as we have interviewed.
If we needed illegals to vote for Dems, then why are we kicking ass in all these special elections? You guys are soying out. It's honestly very sad to see.
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's abuse over the course of the last couple of months, the things that they themselves most wanted to see in the files. And so the fact that today we've gotten at least 2 of these by my count, you may have more. I think
Would you consider it falsely suing the Epstein estate if they were sexually trafficked? I personally wouldn't do that. But maybe I'm off. Are the women lying now? Are the women was Jeffrey Epstein actually like a really good guy and I'm just wrong? Yeah, if we lose, I accept it. You guys are just sore losers and you have to say, well, there's got to be illegals who voted. We couldn't possibly have lost. Well, my friend, without any evidence of them lying, why are you just presuming they're lying?
And it is important that we get this right. Talk to us. There's a lot in here.
No, but well, I wonder why that is, Dean. Is Trump potentially the president of the United States? Is Trump the president of the United States? I wasn't a fan of Jasmine Crockett. I thought James Tallarico was the better choice for that primary. I don't think Jasmine Crockett's a horrible politician. I just think it would be a lot harder for her to win in that district.
That has had a chance to take a look at these. They talk a little bit about blackmail. They talk about an intimidation campaign. Obviously, those allegations against.
But if anybody disagrees, feel free to call in. The phone lines are open. No call-ins yet, unfortunately. But don't worry, MAGA. You guys are owning me in the chat right now.
Then citizen Donald Trump, walk us through how we should be.
You guys didn't stop complaining about Biden when he was president, so don't sit here like, he's the president, give him respect. Did he respect that reporter when he said, piggy? I mean, come on.
Looking through all this.
So, Simone, we have already seen a initial...
Oh, you guys are getting triggered that I mentioned Jasmine Crockett. How sad.
...interview with this...
It's like a dialogue box for you guys. I click one thing, and oh no, you're good. I understand, San Diego. Don't worry.
Same alleged victim.
Cope line? Well, why don't you prove to me how you're not coping? It's there for you, MAGA. It's there for you. This is there to help you. It's more for your help. We're going to try to get you to reality.
Of both Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
But it may be difficult.
We knew that there were 3 others. In fact, MS Now joined NPR and an independent journalist, Roger Sullenberger, and reporting on how we figured out that those documents...
You guys still complain. I wasn't complaining about Trump. I was focused on working on buses.
Were in fact missing from prior...
No, it's pretty good actually going through life as a Democrat. I believe in the best in people, and I think that our democracy is like one of the best things in the world. We're badass. America is the best, dude. I love America.
Production. So the first thing I want to say is that we now know that these in fact existed, that they were in the Department of Justice's possession, and that their claims that these documents were duplicates.
Yeah, I feel like the issue is that they have to have this other, and I think that's just icky. I think that's wrong. I think multiple examples of that in history and in media have shown us why it's not great to other people.
Incredible, because in reading them, they don't sound like any document that any lawyer considers a duplicate. A duplicate is usually an email exchange or a text exchange where you produce one portion of it and then maybe you later see a longer portion of it. That is not what this is. What these are 3 additional Form 302s reflecting 3 additional interviews of this same woman, culminating in an October.
You know, I can understand why people didn't, you know, you probably thought people saw Biden as geriatric and a little bit more weak. And I understand that he wasn't great in front of cameras. And he even said as much. He said, I should have done more, you know, less. I should have focused on the policy and the politics. I believe in fraud and lies, DEI and what, dude, why are you, it's so embarrassing. You have to talk about culture war nonsense. Oh, we've got a call, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Hello? All right, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me, and I appreciate it. He didn't say anything. Oh, that's sad. Well, feel free to call in again. Don't let the nerves get you, you know.
October 2019 interview where, as Alicia just said, she tells the FBI that she is aware that because of when she alleges her abuse occurred, and specifically because it was in the 1980s, and we're now talking to her in 2019, she tells the agents that she's aware the statutes of limitation of any viable federal violation may have run. She asks the agents, what's the point? And I think the agents
It shouldn't be saying that, my friend. I answered your question. I answered the call. So that was entirely on you. Yeah, it's on receiving calls. Try to call in again. Oh, we got a voicemail.
Hello?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got your voicemail. You can try calling in again.
response here is just as interesting as some of her allegations, as salacious
Yeah, I
as they
got
are,
your call. You want me to call you, my friend?
and as unverifiable and unverified as they are, because the agent says all victims of crime should have the opportunity to tell their story, and they wanted to give her that opportunity if she wanted to, and she just didn't take it. To me, this is significant because we knew that this woman had allegations about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, who she says she met when she was a teenager, and that both of them sexually abused her. What we didn't know is how it ended, and now we're seeing that.
All right, there we go. I bet this one will work. Hello? Can you hear me? For some reason, I'm not able to hear you, my friend. You might be muted. Let me see if my mic's working on here, so. Huh. I'm gonna rate the quality of this call as bad, because I'm assuming the call never connected. That's what I'm gonna say. All right. Hopefully Google trusts me. Here, I'll try calling you and see if that works. Actually, I'm not even seeing your... Hello? Yeah, I'm still not able to hear you, my friend. I'm sorry about that. Let me turn up my volume in Google, I guess. I'm still not able to hear you, unfortunately. Anyways, I appreciate you calling in. I apologize. I'm not able to talk to you right now. Oh God, I killed my ears. Huh. We've had call-ins before. They've been totally fine. So I'm not sure what that is. I mean, this is probably, I don't know if this is, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Oh well. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Maybe, hey, maybe try next or tomorrow or something. I don't know. It may be like a technical difficulty. It looked okay on my end, but I'll look into that.
The way that it likely ended is that the woman refused to cooperate with federal law enforcement authorities.
Couldn't hear you if you were talking. I think there's something on that. There's something going on where my mic is fine. Audio settings. Yeah, they're all connected to the right headphone.
She said that she
apologize for
understood that Trump was the president. She had contact with him when she was a
true. I do need to try setting it to Wombo. I forgot about that. That is a pretty good. Tried my phone audio after my headphones, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll look into it, my friend. I'm very sorry about that. Huh. I haven't had that issue beforehand.
Minor, and when she was asked if she was comfortable detailing it, she just again reiterated what.
No, I do not have them blocked.
What would be the point of providing this information at this point in my life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it? That's at that point in the interview, the agents, and I'm reading from this 302, or rather, I'm trying to characterize it, basically said, go home. Take an opportunity to think about it. We're here if you want us to be. And it doesn't appear that the woman ever availed herself of that opportunity. Instead, 2 weeks later, as we know from documents that are already in the files, one of her lawyers contacted the FBI and said, basically, from now forward.
I don't know what that could be. Sorry, I hate having technical difficulties live.
Your communications with this alleged victim, they go through us.
I guess I'll turn that on.
You know, Lisa, just listening to you describe and share that aspect of it, you can feel the frustration of the victim there. You can feel the anxiety, and it really, for me, y'all have heard me press this around this table, and certainly our audience has, about the redactions and the importance of exposing who these men are.
Okay, well, I don't know if they're PDF files in Iran, but I'm not a fan of the Ayatollah. Never was. So glad that guy's gone.
You already referenced, Licia did as well in the intro, about how heavily redacted.
I am a little afraid, though, that they've just elected the son of Khomeini. So, excuse me. I don't know what that guy's gonna look like. He's popular with the hardliners, but if he's popular with the hardliners, that might like give a bridge to de-escalation, because he can calm the hardliners down and placate to them. I don't know. It's an evolving situation.
Are not just the documents that we've already received, but these 302s in particular. Talk a little bit more about the redaction. Is there anything that can be done about the redaction? Because I firmly believe the moment you can pull back the cover on a name and expose it fully, you have vindicated these women. And that frustration that I felt when you were reading what she said to that agent can be addressed.
Michael, it's a really, really tricky thing, right? Because I agree with you. I talk to a lot of these survivors, including survivors for whom 302s are already in the files. And when I speak to them, I often learn things that you can't see in these produced 302s because of how heavy the redactions are. I'm thinking about someone I even spoke to earlier today.
Sure, but keep the PDF file here in the US. Yeah. I don't know what's in Iran. That is, it's kind of chaos, right? Like, we don't really know what's gonna happen. I'd love, again, guys, I would love if the people rose up and in a revolution, but they just don't have the weapons for that right now. And the regime is going to hold on to power as long as it can. They are very invested in keeping that region under their control. The left have its version of QAnon now? Oh, no, I thought it was nice to me. God damn it. I mean, I think we do have crazies on the left, but you can't deny there is some extremely crazies on the right too. Thing is on the left, like, I criticize the far lefties, so I'm doing my part, and so do a lot of my fellow compatriots.
At the same time, there are members of Congress who obviously we know have access to see these files. They can see what we cannot. And yet, we know from the experiences of certain members that when they try to put those names in the public domain, oftentimes they're not the people that they think they are. They make assertions about who they believe these people to be, and then find out, lo and behold, they are not those folks at all. It's somewhat of a dangerous game that we are all playing here. And the only people that are able to see these documents in their fully unredacted form either work at the Department of Justice or they are elected as members of the House of Representatives in the United States Senate.
Like, if you're upset that GTA 6 hasn't come out, just think you were born in an age where Morrowind exists. Look at that dude. That's a jellyfish in the fucking sky. You don't get that in GTA 6. You don't get that. Maybe you will, I don't know. I heard it's in development hell, actually. I'm just memeing around on that. I mean, I do think there's starting to be more compelling evidence that Trump might have done something. And you can't deny that he's in there a lot. Oh, we're in the jelly netch fields. Let's go. Yeah, Halo 3 is like 21 years old. We were born in the perfect era. I mean, this is so realistic. Look at this woman. You can see her eye color. I mean, do you need to see more?
And that is the unfortunate reality in which all of us, including and most importantly, the survivors, are living right now.
This comes as just yesterday, the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena Pam Bondi in this probe. What do you make of the timing of this release?
I think that this release has a lot to do with that response. There was some reporting last week in both The Guardian and in Breitbart discrediting this particular accuser, quoting from the same 302s that had been produced. And of course, people like me were wondering, how did they possibly see those? So the fact that they are in the public domain right now, I think, is an effort to quell some of the loud shouting that folks have done about our reporting and others, identifying these as documents that are missing from the production. And all I'll say about that is these may be the most salacious missing documents from the production, but they are hardly the only one. The Department of Justice has left behind indices of prior witness statements for more than 500 people, almost 600 people. And if you look at those indices carefully and you sort of reverse engineer it, you can see all sorts of instances where people whose names are known and people whose names are not known have prior statements in the form of 302s or handwritten notes that are missing from the files. Some of those people have also made allegations, Alicia, against other prominent people in American life. They may not have ever been elected president, but they are people that the committee might be interested in. They're certainly people for whom the survivor community is interested in seeing some accountability. I would like the Department of Justice to take seriously the possibility that their production was under-inclusive and non-compliant with the law.
Yeah. Yeah,
There you go.
to say the least.
That's
to say
it.
the
Right.
least. They
That
broke
part's
the law,
right
I would
there.
argue.
That's great. In Morrowind news, this is going to be the time where they don't... I'm going to escort these people to Vivek. It's not that far away. I think I can get to it. I'm going to escort them to Vivek. It shouldn't be that hard. Just got to make sure these guys don't die. I guess they're slow, so we'll walk slow together. Let's go. We just have to make sure they don't die. It shouldn't be that hard, right, folks? I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. It really shouldn't be.
Also, I mean, Howard Lutnick is now going to testify on the Epstein files. Just from Axios, this is what Lutnick told Axios. I look forward to appearing before the committee. I've done nothing wrong, and I want to set the record straight. It's worth mentioning that the reason Howard Lutnick has to be subpoenaed and before the committee
Congress,
is,
guys. Don't you
is
worry.
in fact because he went on a podcast and told what we now found out to be a lie about his association or the lack thereof with Jeffrey Epstein.
Done nothing wrong. You don't need a subpoena.
Come
you
on
just
now.
show up.
Like, why is he so slow? Could walk a little faster. Anyways, there was this video by Democracy Now! That's about who bombed the girls' school in Iran, and I think this is an important discussion going on in my space because it's very, very contentious right now. And Democracy Now! Did a investigation, I guess, so we'll take a look into it.
Happened early Saturday morning. One of the first strikes of the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran hit a girls' school in Manab in southern Iran. The death toll is now at least 175, most of them primary school girls. On Tuesday, thousands of people filled the streets of Manab for a mass funeral. The girls' ages range from 7 to 12.
21 years isn't that old. Biggie and Tupac died 30 years ago. Rest in peace, Biggie and Tupac. Rest in peace. Rap legends.
On school week runs from Saturday to Thursday. When the missile hit the school on Saturday morning.
Good to see you, good citizen, by the way. I'm biased, I'm sure, but well, I think actually, I mean, I don't really see a reason for them to lie. But let's see.
The girls were in their morning session. After the strike, parents searched for their children.
I mean, anyways, I'll let it play out.
This is her math book, Mohana Sari, first grade.
Okay, this is kind of hard to watch. I'm sorry. It's a dead fucking body. Ugh. I'm sorry, guys.
While Iran blamed Israel for the attack, neither Israel nor the United States has taken responsibility for the bombing. On Tuesday, the United Nations Human Rights Office urged the forces behind the attack on the girls' school to investigate.
In Iran,
I mean, I think if you listen to Biggie, you can still hear his influence in a lot of rap. Tupac, not as much because he was much more about the message that he was presenting. But I think both of them definitely had their influence, you know what I mean? Biggie, I think, really had... Yeah, I think Biggie is still very... He's got good wordplay. He's funny. He's Biggie. What can you say?
Iran Red Crescent Society reports put the death toll at 787. In the single deadliest and devastating incident, dozens of girls were reportedly killed and injured when their primary school in Minab, in the south of the country, was struck during the school day. The High Commissioner calls for a prompt, impartial, and thorough investigation into the circumstances of the attack. The onus is on the forces that carried out the attack to investigate it. We call on them to make public the findings and to ensure accountability.
No,
and
Iran did not launch the missile themselves. I think even there's no confirmed reports of that. There's no evidence either. And it's not just Iran saying that. America said they're going to do an investigation, so we'll see what comes of that. But no, there's been no evidence that it's from Iran, just vibes.
Address for the victims.
For more, we're joined by investigative reporter Nilu Tabrizi.
How am I so sure? I do not believe it was the Iranian government. I'm sorry, man. I don't think they would do that. One of Iran's shitty missiles misfired? Well, if they're shitty, then why are we so afraid of them? I'm joking about that. No, I do not think that it misfired and hit a girls' school. That's kind of, and there is info about how it used to be a training facility. It used to be a training facility. So, it sounds like bad data. It sounds like bad data. They still explode? Well, yeah, that's a good reason to be afraid of them, I'd say. But, I mean, it sounds like there was just maybe some bad data, to be honest. Hey, yeah, let's just continue.
Extensively with open source material to report on Iran for the Washington Post and the New York Times. She's been tracking what she calls the information wars online.
I don't think the Washington Post is a bad media agency, so let's hear her out.
Over the school bombing. Her recent piece for New Lines magazine is headlined "Investigation Debunks."
I'm not saying, I'm really not saying that, like it's not impossible for me to believe a world where maybe they had bad data, they accidentally bombed it, and then they found out, oh, that's a school full of children. Still pretty fucking horrible. No, still pretty fucking macabre and pretty dark. And we should probably increase our standards of data if we thought it was a training facility and bombed a girls' school. But I'm not saying they purposely did it. I don't think they would fucking purposely shoot a children's school. Whoa, Mr. Beat is interviewing a candidate in person right now? Let's go. There he is.
Not working. We've lost our export markets. We're in a trade war we're not winning. And farmers don't really love being bailed out. They like it better than losing their markets and not being bailed out. But having all those markets evaporate and then collecting a government check.
Hold up. I'm going to actually... I don't want to just restream his content. But, guys, go check out Mr. Beat. Support my future representative. And, yeah.
Doesn't feel good. And these are pretty sophisticated people. They know it's an unstable solution. And they're not crazy about that. And so the biggest economic policy, the biggest...
God damn it, I could watch this for a minute. But we gotta get to the Message to the Muslims by Jordan Peterson. I forgot about that.
Claims IRGC...
Thank you for shouting that out, Bill. I'm gonna watch that after I'm done here.
...bombed Iranian school. She joins us now in studio. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Nilu. Explain exactly what you understand took place. And it's really hard right now with the internet almost totally turned off in Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, we're not necessarily able to get in touch with eyewitnesses or, friends and families of the young girls who were killed, but we were able to verify the video. So there was one video that I saw probably around 6:30 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday, and I was able to verify that and know that the video that we saw that showed at least, half of the structure was hit, 2 stories were torn down. The scene was really graphic. I saw things like a small child's hand in the rubble, bloodstained backpacks, homework scattered everywhere. And so when I see scenes like that, it's important to verify and know that it's from the current moment. So I was able to do that. And then once I found the locations of the school itself, just being able to map, some of the features we saw in the video with satellite imagery, I wanted to understand what was around there. Manab is a small town in the southern Hormozgan province. I was trying to understand why the school was struck. What I saw and what many others online saw as well is that it was close to an IRGC Navy barracks.
And explain what the IRGC is.
The IRGC is the Revolutionary Guard. So there was an IRGC, Navy barracks around there. And I wanted to, understand, is this an issue of wrong targeting? Once I looked at satellite imagery, it was clear that for years ago, it used to be part of, it looked like it was very close to the base.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm all fired up. I was just watching Young Turks. They always amp me up. Well, I have bad news, Skippy. But I may be part of the donor class. I'm kidding. I think the Young Turks they're okay. They're not horrible, but, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of their IP coverage, but I also don't, I think we need to support our Democratic candidates. You know what I mean? Especially right now with the way things are going. And I just feel like they just kind of shit on the candidates too much. And I'm like, come on. But, hey. I'm glad you watch me, man. I appreciate that. I really do.
Of the base. As far back as 2016, it was completely walled off. There was a separation between that school and the IRGC Navy barracks, and as well, the walls of the school were painted with these.
This is what I really think this was bad data, guys. I don't think it's like. Yeah, I'm not a fan of TYT. I'll just, I'm glad you watch me, but I'll just be honest, not a fan. But I'm trying to bridge the gap here. I'm trying to make everybody dap up. You know what I mean? We all need to come together, like that amazing Beatles song that I totally knew before the last podcast episode. We need to come together.
Murals. So obviously, if I can see as an open source investigator that as far back as, 8 years ago, these brightly colored walls are visible, I know that this is not part of an IRGC base, and so should anybody that's...
Yeah, Have you done the title segment? Not quite yet. I'm getting to it. It's the last thing we'll be covering.
Adding this to a target list.
You've reported that the pro-Pahlavi monarchy accounts have been spreading a narrative that this was a failed IRGC rocket.
Well, I know Sandy Ego, but we should still hold people at least accountable because this is a fuck up. You know what I mean? We don't want our military doing that. We believe they are the strong, we have to keep that image of the most strong, the most badass. And so when we, hit a children's hospital, it or not hospital. Why do I keep saying hospital? My bad. When we hit a children's school, it kind of looks very bad on the world stage. And we got to hold we got to hold it to a standard. That was a fuck up, and our military doesn't accept fuck-ups. That's just not how we do it. But we will be getting to how Jordan Peterson he's got a message to the Muslims.
Forces are.
Yes, so right now I think people are trying to co-opt a narrative or, put forth what's happening that feels convenient to the story that they want to push and the goals.
Yeah, they have announced 0 things that are changing since this happened. Like we expect more. I'm looking at this from I want my military to be the most badass, the most efficient, the most strong military on the planet.
That they have, and right now it seems that any reporting on civilian casualties becomes a flashpoint. And there was one quite prominent user on X that tweeted out and said that actually the Iranian state already took responsibility for the strike. So we started to look at that claim. The channel that they put forward was not an Iranian state official channel. It was a Telegram channel that's a pro-monarchy channel. So you can understand, okay, where this type of misinformation is starting to spread.
Yes, we are not tolerant of fuck-ups in our military. Yes. There needs to be a 0% fuck-up rate. That's just how our military works, man. This cannot happen at all. That's what I'm saying. We hold our military to a high standard. We trust our military, The
response on the ground, this mass funeral that took place in Minab, and how the media is covering this around the world.
Yeah, I mean, many journalists were quite horrified to see an attack like this, right? The death toll is up to 175 people, many of them young school
Clowns are indeed running the country. And they forgot their floppy shoes.
And right now, I think people are trying to verify imagery of this. So there were some claims saying, this aerial imagery showing, the small graves that were dug comes from, a different image in Pakistan. Well, there's been a lot of great reporting, some by BBC, some by the New York Times.
Why are we so efficient in other regards? No, we don't act on bad data. Anybody who's a member of the military will tell you that. You can't act... Oh, no. Oh, no, I lost them. How did I lose them? Are you joking? How the hell did I lose them? Dude, what? There's no way. Okay, I'm sorry. There's actually no fucking way. How did I lose them? How the... Where did they even go? How did I lose I said that we're going to protect these people. This will be the last time. No more. And I fucking lose them. Okay, there they are. Right? Yes. Well, there's one. Where's the... there he is. Okay. Come on, then.
Times that have verified this aerial imagery and said that no, indeed, this is of the current moment. This is for these funerals as well. So this is an incident that many of us are looking at because it absolutely demands accountability.
And what has the U.S. and Iran said?
The U.S. said that it was looking into this incident, and Iran has said this was on the fault of Israel. This is what happens in an air campaign, and we're still trying to figure that out. So as it stands, we need more information. Either we need remnants of the weapons that was used from the scene. We haven't been able to obtain that. Or what would another visual clue that would be helpful is to see the moment of impact. So if we saw the missile hit, we could maybe look at the angle where it comes from and get more information. So we still don't know exactly who did what. Some of the claims coming out as well, just about the general operation, have said that Israel is mostly responsible for Tehran, Western Iran strikes, and that the southern Iran strikes are being done by the U.S., which is why some reporters have gone to the U.S. and asked for answers.
UNESCO says the killing of pupils in a place dedicated to learning constitutes a grave violation of the protection afforded to schools under international humanitarian law. Nilo.
Absolutely.
You mean
this is not, a
law?
school for young girls is absolutely not a viable, nor is it a legal target, especially as we're trying to still understand the aims of this type of operation. It doesn't seem a legitimate target based on the information that we know at all. And it really calls in, it highlights that no matter if there's an air campaign, whether the objectives are understood or not, that civilians will always pay the price in these types of conflicts. And right now, it's the young girls in Minab.
I want to thank you, Nilo, for being with us and ask you a final question. What most surprised you about this horrific attack?
I was surprised to see that people were trying to doubt it immediately or saying that just because there's civilian casualties, that's an Islamic Republic talking point. No, these deaths happened. They're important for us to investigate, and all of us should be interrogating what happened.
And can I ask you, you were with the Washington Post. We all know that the Washington Post has gutted its staff, laid off a third of the staff, almost the entire Middle East division. You should be doing this for the Washington Post. So what's happening without coverage?
Yeah, I would love to continue reporting this for the Post. That's not what's happening right now. I'm seeing my colleagues that I deeply respect that are still there scrambling and trying to cover this important moment, but they're not getting voices from inside Iran, and understandably, connectivity is really difficult right now. That's why you need reporters like myself, like my colleague Yegane, who is the bureau chief for Iran based in Turkey. That's why this reporting is deeply important in this moment.
Well, thank you for doing it. Nilo Tabrizi, author, investigative journalist, who's worked extensively with open source material to report on Iran for the Washington Post and the New York Times. Her recent piece for New Lines magazine, and we will link to it, is titled Investigation Debunks Claims IRGC Bombed Iranian School. We'll link to it at democracynow.org. Thanks for watching Democracy.
Well, I don't think that really answered much, to be quite honest. But, interesting investigation, nonetheless. Anyways, God, these fucking things are dumb. Come on, man. Oh my goodness. Anyways, let's hear the message Jordan Peterson has all Muslims, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys don't know, Jordan Peterson, he's declaring something. He has an announcement. He has a message to Muslims. Well, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear the message to the Muslims? Muslims, listen up. Jordan Peterson is speaking, okay?
Hi, all.
Hi, all. Dude, I can't take this man seriously. I tell you, the rats, they're inside your noggin. And if you don't scratch them twice a day, bad Jordan Peterson comes out.
I've been informed by many sources, and
I've been informed by many sources that the Muslim threat is invading.
also observed online, not least because of my discussions with a variety of Muslim thinkers, supporters.
Muslim thinkers. Who are these Muslim thinkers you're talking to, Jordan? What are the great minds of Muslims? I mean, obviously there are many of them out there. I'd love to hear who they are.
And critics that I have developed an
what?
audience
Oh, critics.
in the Muslim world.
Bro, who's telling you that shit? Who's telling you you've got an audience in the Muslim world? Let's see what the comments are like. Canada will look back one day wishing we had listened to this man. Bro, what? What is going on here in this these comment section? The Muslim thinker he talked to was a Muslim apologist, Muhammad Hajib, who sucks. Oh, great. That's kind of who I thought was probably the great thinker he talked to.
I would first like to say that...
No, it's not. Bro, what are you talking about? It's pretty well known. My ass. Anyways, let's talk to Muslims. Let me talk to Muslims.
I could not be more pleased or honored that such is the case. It has been so heartening to see that my biblical lectures, for example, attracted a large Muslim audience, and that the comments from the Muslim watchers and listeners to my YouTube channel and podcast have been so extraordinarily positive. And all this is lovely to see in the aftermath of the extraordinary Abraham Accords, which have laid out the possibility for peace between all the people of the book.
Bro, okay, okay. So first, we started on Muslims are showing up to my biblical teachings. And now I want to talk about the Abraham Accords. Let me talk about the Abraham Accords, the deal that cuts out Palestinian representation.
In an unprecedented manner. And I have something to say as an extension of all of this. Please forgive my presumption, if you would.
Oh, what's he about to say here? No, no, no. We do not want you to presume. Jordan, whatever you're about to say is not... All right, let's hear it, buddy.
It is time for those of you in the Muslim world to stop fighting among yourselves, you Shiites and Sunnis.
Jordan's bringing peace to the Middle East. Let's go! Yes! Stop fighting. I want you two to stop fighting. Why are you all fighting? Please stop fighting.
And also time to stop regarding the Christians, and even more specifically, the...
Bro, this is not real. This is not real. Well, shit, Bill, does he have enough influence in the Muslim world to bridge the Shia and Sunni gap? Sandy, my friend, please, what are we talking about here? Oh, the Quran is about Lucifer? I didn't know about that. That's interesting. Well, that's so Jordan Peterson is going to bridge the Sunni and Shia gap. Let's do this. He's also going to bridge the link between Christians and Muslims too. He did it. Jordan did it. He ended all wars. Let's go. He's bridged the gap.
The Jews as your enemies.
I don't think Muslims worship Satan, my friend.
Why? Not least because you have the enemy located in the wrong place.
Oh, exactly. You guys need to stop fighting amongst each other and unify and fight who we're about to say. Is it the wokes?
First, the best place to find Satan, let's say, is within. If you think the true enemy is in someone else's heart, then you haven't thought nearly long enough about the darkness within, and you have therefore fallen prey to the most subtle temptation of the ancient demonic.
Whoa. Hold on, what?
Nearly long enough about the darkness within, and you have therefore fallen prey to the most subtle temptation of the ancient demonic spirit.
The ancient demonic spirit.
So your best bet on the spiritual warfare front is to...
Malik, is that how you say your name? I would agree that, I mean, it's all kind of like different versions of the same God. Muhammad spoke to demons inside a cave. I don't know, man. I think that's what you're doing.
To make of yourself and your Muslim practice something so...
Damn, I can't believe Jordan solved it. That's insane.
Admirable that the light shining from your well-constituted psyches and productive, generous, and wise actions is so intense that people convert to your faith from sheer admiration. There's a goal.
Bro, what? Be better, and so people will join your religion. Wow. Hold on. Hold on. Anyways.
Second, far more unites you with the other people of the book, as your own prophet himself, peace be unto him, forthrightly said, than what divides you. You all believe, for example, in a book. You all believe.
No way, he did it! He did it, ladies and gentlemen! Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to live in a religious society either. No, thank you. In a book? He said it. Folks, he said it. He did it. In a book?
Peace be unto him, forthrightly said, than what divides you. You all believe, for example, in a book.
In a book? No, I'm listening to him. He's literally just saying, stop fighting amongst yourselves and be better. No, my friend, he's not deep. He is completely... He fried his brain with Xanax, and this is what we're left with. This is a shell of Jordan Peterson.
You all believe, for example, in God, and believe that you have an ultimate duty to that God. You are all followers of a prophetic tradition. And
wow. These are observant. Yeah, this is some deep stuff right here.
that is a tradition that unites the wisdom of the past with the vision and voice of those willing to see and speak truly and lovingly in the present.
The past was good, therefore present good. Sun God fallacy. Boom.
And you are all threatened in a very real sense by the...
Yes, it's not... Bro, It's obvious. It's not terrible. It's obvious advice. You gotta zip up your fucking pants when you go outside. That's as valuable as information as what Jordan Peterson has presented right now.
System of vengeful Luciferian ideas.
Luciferian? Whoa! Pulling that one. They're Luciferian? This is basically what I hear. No, he did it. He actually did the meme. Now, whether he meant to or whether he didn't, that's a question. But no, he did in a book? Oh, dear Putin, if I was your mother.
Dear President Vladimir Putin, I'm so sorry that I was not your mother. If I was your mother, you would have been so loved, held in the arms of joyous light. Never would the stories plight the world unfurled before our eyes, a pure demise of nations sitting peaceful under a night sky. If I was your mother, the world would have been warm. So much laughter and joy, and nothing would harm. I can't imagine the stain, the soul-stealing pain that the little boy you must have seen and believed, and the formulation of thought quickly taught that you lived in a cruel, unjust world. Is this why you now decide no one will get the best of you? Is this why you do not hide nor away shy from taking back the world? Was it because so early in life, all that strife racked your little body with fear? If I was your mother, if the world was cold, I'd have died to make you warm. I'd have died to protect you from the unjust, the violence, the terror, the uncertainty. I would have died to
He gave the fucking...
Oh, dear Mr. President Putin, if only I'd been your mother. Perhaps the torture of...
Okay, this shit is fucking what? Putin? Yeah, I mean, it's the classic meme, if I was Hitler... If I went back in time, I wouldn't kill baby Hitler. I'd raise him to be a good person. Boom. I'd probably fucking... I mean, if I only got a limited amount of time... Let's be honest, we're all tossing that baby, right? In a book? All right, anyways, Peter, go off.
System of vengeful Luciferian ideas that currently confronts all that is transcendent, traditional, and valuable.
What he's saying here, I know it's hard to translate what Jordan Peterson is saying. He's very diluted. What he's saying here is bad stuff, the Luciferians, will go against good stuff, us, in the Bible and all cool in the Quran. I guess that's what he's putting down.
Sexual front, on the familial front, on the conceptual front.
And good stuff will win on all fronts.
On the psychological and sociological front.
Wow.
And in the final analysis.
Even more?
On the theological front.
Whoa! Even on the theological front, bitch. Get out of here. He fucking dropped that shit down like a jackhammer. And the theological front, boom! Right over the elbow. Oh my God! There goes the Middle Eastern Division, folks. It's over. It's over. The Middle Eastern Division. He solved it. He solved it, ladies and gentlemen. He has the world belt. Jordan Peterson standing on top. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay, somebody go get him help.
So, how about we all quit squabbling over trinkets and details?
Bro, what? That's not what is that what he thinks the Sunni and Shia divide is about? No way he thinks that. Hey, what's up, Yoli Flores?
Face the real problem. And I should also point out
that it
is not the individual carriers of the woke politically correct
Dude, there is no fucking way in hell he is gonna complain about the woke when bro, holy shit, I got him at the perfect moment. Look at this. Oh no, I wanted to zoom in. Yeah, I know it's confusing when I do that, Google. Look at this. What is that? Is he infected by the same brainworm RFK is? Whoa. Whoa. That is it. How did that happen? Anyway, that was very distracting. Holy fuck. Anyways.
Degenerate neo-Marxist ideas that should be regarded as the enemy either. First, we must take the idea that the satanic impulse within is the prime enemy with all due seriousness.
What is the satanic impulse? I've been following and I'm just like, so like we have to stop the forces from the outside. Sorry, I can't believe it. He did it. It's taking my breath away.
Second, we must understand that even those quite possessed by the spirit of Cain that attracts and drives confused and lost people to the Luciferian ideologies of the materialist utopians are, in the ideal, fully redeemable.
Satanic number 500. Don't see the pup on the bottom right? Oh yeah, that's a little, I just like to have something in the bottom right play. He's a cutie, right? Cutie patootie.
And only partially consumed. Even the committed student ideologues who have, for example, attacked me and others like me.
Bro, dude, you can't do this. You're doing a message to the Muslims. You're not doing a message to your haters. Come on. Oh, thank you guys so much for the reacts. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Oh, geez.
Rather viciously are generally, say, 90% or perhaps 80, reasonable and potentially civilized people who could still see the light. Muslims.
Okay. He's talking to Muslims now. Muslims, listen up. Jordan Peterson is talking. Sit down.
Reach across the sectarian divide. Shiites. Find a Sunni pen pal. Communicate.
Bro, there is no fucking way. He did it. If only it was so if only it was so simple. God, I can't believe we didn't think about this before. This video is pretty satanic to cancel it out. Oh, let's see this. The 6 tones of creation. God's healing frequencies. Hell yeah. We'll listen to that after Jordan here.
With someone on the other side. Sunnis, do the same.
Enlightens us.
And then
Sunnis, do the same. Come on. Pen pals to solve the Middle Eastern conflict. Woo! That one is insane. I did not think of that. You know what? It just might work. Wow.
Maybe reach out tentatively to a Christian or even, heaven forbid, a Jew.
Bro. Heaven forbid, a Jew. Fucking mic drop moment right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Because perhaps it is time for those who purport to be followers of God to act like it.
Yeah, straighten up, Muslims. You need to start acting like warriors of God, according to Jordan Peterson. Straighten up. I'm watching you.
And to be convincing in those actions, even to those whose premature cynicism and skepticism.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and sub. Really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
Have driven them into the towers of Babel, construct.
The towers of Babel. I know, he has such venom when he says the word Jews. Oh, I love this man.
By the avatars of the resentful intellect. Is there someone in the...
That is good advice. Making your bed is very good advice. Jordan? I make my bed every day.
Muslim world willing to build an electronic system to bring people from the Sunni.
He's trying to connect to Muslims. You know? Wow. I am beyond shocked that this is the message.
Sunni and Shiite community together? A place where people...
Bro, I don't think Pen Pals is gonna do it. I wish it would too, but I just don't think Pen Pals is the way to go.
Of goodwill could reach electronically across the divide, person to person, and to formulate the kinds of personal, trusting friendships upon which a lasting peace truly might be founded? A place where Jews and Christians, willing and eager to open...
He really does have a lot of venom when he says the Jews, eh? Pen Pals, okay. Okay, we can work with that.
With their Muslim brothers might do just that.
His inflections are insane too. Just that?
There's a task for someone looking for a purpose.
Yeah, there it is. Solve the Shia and Sunni divide. You can do it.
And it's an open invitation to do just that. If you build it, they will come.
I mean, hey, give it a shot, guys. Any Sunni and Shias in the chat, make sure to start up a pen pal with your fellow, or not your fellow, this is just what is this advice? I'm just wondering, like, what needle is he trying to move? I seriously wonder.
If you build it, get in touch with me. You'll figure out how to do it. And
get in touch with me.
I'll publicize it.
Ooh, what an opportunity here, folks. Guys, if you find a solution to the Sunni and Shia divide, give old Jordan a call. He'll advertise your podcast, but I don't know what that would look like, to be quite frank. There we go. Well, Muslims in the chat, how did you feel about that? Did it really speak to you? I'm not Muslim, so I don't know. I got no idea.
Thank you, all my Muslim listeners, watchers, and readers.
That was so awkward.
Your kind attention and patience. I wish you well as you strive to become the light in the world that your faith truly demands.
You know what? That's not a good, or that That was good. You know what? That is good. That was good right there. Everything, but you know what? Good sentiment. I agree.
See if we can unite as people of the book and negotiate our way toward the paradise that we might truly and jointly attain.
Wow. I mean, I feel moved personally. Check DMs. Pen pals, exactly. You know what? You bring up a great point, and I think the people need to see it. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. How did that happen? Pen pals. It's pen pals, ladies and gentlemen. That's who did it. That's what we needed. Pen pals. The pen is mightier. You're right. The pen is mightier than the sword. Honestly, I kind of want to go down to Jordan Peterson Hall. Let's see what he's been putting out. Oh, this man. Oh, wow. He's got thoughts and opinions, ladies and gentlemen. He's got thoughts and opinions. Bro, there's no way. Can you guys read that? You guys read that for me? Is Jordan Peterson a secret Fallout fan? War. War. War never changes. Wow. Dante's Inferno will shake you in 2026. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. What? How you got addicted to porn? Okay. Why she left? What we going over came in late. We're just kind of studying the annals of Jordan Peterson's great work. I'm done with white guilt. Thank God, Jordan Peterson. Thank God. Wow. Oh, he's in his halfway suit. He's in his halfway suit. That's crazy. That's like a famous suit of his. Let's check over the news, see what's popping there. Panic, Trump's AG subpoenaed in MAGA revolt after client list lies. That could be interesting. I'm not addicted to porn, I'm just an expert. True. You make one bad decision and play one of these videos, and it's nothing but that since. The pathology of the male loser? Hold on. This is we gotta watch this, guys. This is interesting. What is the pathology of the male loser? I mean, I'm Jordan's prime audience, right? Can I look up the Mia Khalifa Tower in Dubai? I think that might be something.
You ever seen Robert Crumb's?
Whoa. Just right off the bat, this is powerful. Whoa. Right off the bat. These are some powerful men right here. Oh, wow. Look at this.
Representation.
These are the these are the sigmas you need to be looking up to. Males in chat. They're about to tell you about the fucking pathology of the male loser. Betas, sit down, listen up.
Of bird-headed women?
No, no, I haven't.
Robert.
Dude, this guy is so funny. This is... This isn't real, right? This is fake. This is fake. This isn't real. Oh, geez. All right. Pathology of a Male Loser. Let's go.
Robert Crumb's an underground cartoonist, and he was the feature of a documentary which you and everybody else who's listening to this should definitely watch.
Why is his head divided? It's like we got the top half and the bottom half, and there's a distinct line between the two.
Watch, it's absolutely, it's the best documentary I've ever seen about anything ever.
The best documentary. What is this about? What was it? I missed it.
And
I was just very taken aback. Wait, the video I saw earlier was with pen pals. Was that recent, or was this, or the one from 3 years ago? No, this one was recent. He just put this out today, I believe. But I'm so glad he put it out today, because this is a wonderful journey to go on.
He draws these women. He was a
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Pathology of a Male Loser. Let's go, guys.
Presentations of bird-headed women?
No, no, I haven't.
Robert Crumb's an underground cartoonist, and he was the feature of a documentary which you and everybody else who's listening to this should definitely watch. It's absolutely...
What's the name? You just said he was Robert Crumb documentary? Is that what I gotta look up? Hey, later, Brian. Good seeing you, man. Documentary? All right, so this is the best documentary he's ever... Wait, it was from 1994? Yeah, I think it was... This is an old documentary, man. Hell yeah. Underground cartoonist. Complex family dynamics, including a troubled relationship with his two brothers, Charles and Maxon, and his mother. Known for controversial works, discusses his views on sex, race. This is the best documentary ever, apparently. It's got an 8 stars. Nice. Interesting. So that's what Jordan has. Do we have any pictures from this this film? Wow. All right, guys, this is the best documentary according to Jordan Peterson. Go check it out. It's called Crumb. Check it out. This is a little strange. Jordan Peterson's favorite documentary right here. Okay, well, guess we'll have to look into it. Fog of War doesn't apply, yeah.
Best documentary I've ever seen about anything ever. It's
the Fog of War. Here, I got the Fog of War for you guys. One sec. Actually, hold on. The Fog of War's in the game.
Draws these women. He was a loser in high school,
right
by his own admission, by every single category you could possibly generate. And so it's a study in loser psychology, but it's really...
That's a study in loser psychology? What? Didn't really seem like that. Maybe it is. I'm not going to watch this documentary, I'll be honest. Looks kind of weird.
Complex, because he was a loser who was extremely intelligent and unbelievably...
I bet none of y'all know that we've been in a cog since 2017. Yeah, I didn't know that. It's all a cog, like it's all like a world. We're spinning upon a cog and we're a small part, like we're a dust in the wind.
creative and who had two brothers who were probably more intelligent, more creative than him, although
Okay.
also more psychopathological. And then he became successful. He was
Well, I thought he was a loser.
one of the establishers of underground cartooning back in the 1960s.
Yeah, we've all heard about underground cartooning, right? Who's your guys' favorite underground cartoonist? Go.
And spawned arguably even graphic novel, you know, I mean.
No shot. No shot. No shot. Do you know what COG stands for? I'm willing to bet you're going to tell me.
He's a major player in that niche, and the documentary is a brilliant analysis of the relationship between failure and success, and sexual failure and sexual success. Because in one memorable scene, he talks about he drew.
Okay, so H3 did sound okay. So that was uploaded 3 years ago. I was wondering. A lot of them were. I've heard those, yeah.
This card when he was a high school kid of a heart being ripped apart when he got rejected by this girl.
He did the animated version of the Epstein list. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, interesting choice, Jordan.
By all girls. He said he was beneath contempt. He wasn't even in the category of comprehensible dating partner, right? He was outside the game entirely. So he's rejected by the feminine as such. He draws these pictures of bird-headed women with teeth. You know, they're powerful, big thighs, big.
Oh, I think Jordan is unfortunately talking about his spank bank right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Big rear end, like powerful, physically powerful, intimidating women, like mothers.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
Austin, that's a great question. What is underground cartooning? What is that?
These characters of little tiny men climbing up the legs of these huge tree-like women, but they're very aggressive and domineering. And the reason for that, at least in part,
what? Wow. Okay, Jordan. Interesting. Wow. That you go off, kid.
Is because every woman he ever approached was
he's just watching. That is the worst time to switch to that cam, man.
Rejecting and aggressive in
the boy crisis.
In the extreme, treated him with nothing but contempt. And then
I would hate to see what that man's porn history is. I'm going to be honest.
An unbelievably memorable piece of the documentary. That all changed when I got successful. And you can just
he got angry with that.
Hear the resentment and the bitterness in his voice, even though it did change. And he wasn't that old when he became successful. He was in his mid-20s. You know, plenty of time to be on the outs completely and to
Yeah, he's been watching way too much Pornhub, bro. You gotta... I think we know now. I think we know now why the how you got addicted to porn was 3 weeks ago. I think we're discovering now what that's about.
Experience life at the bottom of the male dominance hierarchy and even farther down the female dominance hierarchy, let's say, in terms of desirable men. It's called Crumb, the documentary.
Thank you. Finally, Jesus Christ. We found it. Yeah, it looks like a weird movie. I'm not going to watch that. I don't know what the fuck underground cartooning is either.
I would highly recommend it.
Is that like shorthand for porn? Is that like shorthand for porn animations? Underground cartooning?
It's absolutely brilliant study. And he had an authoritarian father and indulgent mother. And she...
An authoritarian father? He was like a dictator?
He plays a key role in the documentary. And,
oh, does she?
It's awful. It's awful. It's a study in Freudian psychopathology.
He's going on about this documentary, dude.
That's deep beyond.
Bro, I haven't heard the other dude say a single word yet.
Belief. I've seen it like 40 times, showing it to my classes and walking through it.
Bro, you showing this to your classes? No. Cornix? Comics. Okay. Well, I know. That's what I thought. I was just being a little silly memer.
Clip. But anyways, it's a study.
Yeah,
you don't see the world from the perspective
dyslexia, I'm pretty sure.
Down and out male loser. You know, there are subcultures that sort of exist there, but this is the...
Yeah, dude, you got to get off the Roblox, man. Probably why your head's shaped like that.
This is the only examination of that place in the world I've ever seen that I thought really, really nailed it. The documentarist was a friend of the family, so he... And Charles Brothers, one of them ended up a sexual offender who lived on the streets.
What, dude? No. No, he didn't just say that.
San Francisco, and the other committed suicide by drinking furniture.
Holy shit! Jordan, what the fuck are you watching, man?
Polish when he was like 55, after being bullied terribly in high school and living in his mother's basement, essentially, for his entire life. Ugh, awful, awful. But, you know,
yeah, that's horrible, Jordan. Why did you feel the need to, like, tell us that? Just the Jordan special.
Watch the documentary. It's not like people really, you generate some compassion for the people in the documentary and what they've gone through, but I wouldn't say that compassion is what's primarily elicited by the documentary. And that goes back to this discussion we had right at the beginning about, you know, what kind of empathy we have for the men who aren't making it. And the answer seems to be very, very little.
Oh, yeah. There we go. It's all about the men who aren't making it. That's it, guys. Oh, geez. That entire spiel just for fucking that. Wow. Well, guys, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm going to be watching. That wasn't a very good advertisement for the work of Crumb. I think I'm going to skip on that one, unfortunately. Thank you for the advertisement, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Jordan. Okay, we can't be going this way. We got to go to Vivek.
Let's go to social policy with that. We might ask, okay, in light of this, what do we do? And I would say this is what I've recommended. I've recommended to young men that that these are the facts on the ground and they're not going to change. And that if you're being rejected chronically by women, or if you're terrified out of your mind about that, and perhaps...
Dude, I'm sorry, but like, who really... Do people really like, how... I don't find it that hard to talk to women, dude. I don't think there needs to be an entire, like, we don't need this. It's not that hard. Yeah, go check out the work of Crumb.
Rightly so. You should take a good hard look at yourself and see what it is that you have to offer. And so...
Yep, there we go. Well, I mean, technically, I guess this wouldn't be horrible advice. I mean, but like, this is obvious. Again, this is obvious. This isn't unique. You'll find any fucking self-help guru saying the exact same shit. And I mean, he's kind of saying it's not the world, it's you here. Am I reading it wrong? Yeah, I think we are a little older than the problem persists with. Yeah, I don't think I personally don't have an issue with talking to women that never know how another way. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think this is a great way to portray it. Like, I think better ways would probably be to just tell people to get out there. Like, I know that that's generic as well. Unfortunately, generic advice is, if you're having a block with talking to people, that's unfortunately more of a you issue, man. And it's like there's an insecurity there, And so I guess technically what he's saying isn't necessarily like crazy, but
like, are you as educated as you could be? Are you working? Are you looking for a job at least? Are you trying to get out of your parents' house? Are you taking the steps necessary to become gainfully employed, productive, generous, and attractive? And
whoa. Productive, generous, and attractive all together? All three? Hold on, did I not get my... Hold on. Wait, why are we traveling? Are we just friends now forever? I guess we are. Did he pay me? I don't think he paid me. Yeah, he definitely didn't pay me. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, we're at Vivek. We're at Vivek right now. Did I glitch it? God damn it.
That tangles us back up with some...
If he's talking about women romantically, if you're having an issue with... Yeah, again, I think that's a insecurity.
Something we also talked about in the beginning, which is the criticisms that have been directed my way by men, which is, well,
whoa,
you're asking men to live up to a stereotype that essentially undermines and devalues the vast majority of them. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution. And your emphasis on responsible marriage, given the state of current family law, is nothing short of reprehensible. And so, my approach is do what you can at the individual level to put yourself in the game. But there's much more to the story than that.
Absolutely. This is really complex because the good news is there's a lot you can do to choose a woman who is the right woman. So, for example, looking at when you go both go out to dinner.
I did a good thing.
Is she open?
Okay, hold on. I gotta fucking re-listen. What is this guy talking about?
Responsible marriage, given the state of current family law, is nothing short of reprehensible. And so, my approach is do what you can at the individual level to put yourself in the game. But there's much more to the story than that.
Absolutely.
Really?
This is really complex because
is it?
The good news.
Let's hear about it. This guy's about to tell us what's what. Let's go. Hold on, let me update my chat. All right, let's get back in there.
Is a lot you can do to choose a woman who is the right woman. So, for example, looking at when you both go out to
Well,
dinner.
luckily, the
Does
joiners, you don't have to worry about it because I'm sure you are absolutely one of the most beautiful men in the world. So that's a problem for suckers, not you.
is she open to paying? Is she if she isn't paying, does she cook a dinner for you the next time around? How does she treat the waiter?
Whoa,
Somebody that
what? Wait, what? See, now this is bullshit. He's basically advocating to look at women through a fine microscope, and if they don't hit all these exact issues, if they don't fill that out, then they're not good enough for you. That's bullshit. You should just be enjoying the company. And if you enjoy their company, that's a good sign. You shouldn't be looking through metrics, you know.
that can't do her any good. Ask her about her former relationships, how they broke up.
Yeah,
And
this is fucking weird shit, dude. This is weird shit, okay? Ask them how they broke up. No, this is horrible advice. On your first date, do not ask how the woman you're trying to be in a relationship with, don't ask them how they broke up with their last boyfriend. This is just bad advice, like straight up. Do not ask them that. That's horrible advice.
who was at fault? Is there any accountability?
Oh my God. This guy doesn't want any man to be with anyone. That is horrible advice. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's not like, I'm assuming they're talking about like first dates, or if you're just meeting the woman, you know, because if you have an established connection, it's not that difficult to talk to the person, you know? It becomes easier. Dude, what is this? That's how you break up without even being together. Yeah. Hey, how did you treat your last boyfriend? Were you good to him? Like, that is not how you do this. Yeah, maybe like the third time, I don't even know, because it's just, you don't want to bring it up, you know?
And responsibility on her part.
You want to, if you want to be associated with positive, happy things, not how she broke up with her last BF.
Of course, ask these same questions of yourself as well, especially about former relationships and how they broke up.
Dude. See, doing relationship, like I do not recommend you take it down to such a granular. It's not that hard. That may sound condescending or something. I'm not the best looker in the world, okay? And you know what? Okay, here. I'm going to give you guys the secret. If you guys want to be able to talk to women, just be funny. That's the number one. That's how I got all my dates. I was just funny. You know? And if you're not funny, be interesting. Like, have an interesting hobby.
And so that's so choosing the.
Yeah, hit the gym. That's another good. You know, that's some other good advice. Work out. Work on yourself. You know, if you're not positive with yourself, it's gonna be 1,000 times harder to talk to a woman. Glad I got great genes. Well, exactly. You know. Everybody in this chat definitely is like chatted out and attractive as hell. So we don't have to worry about this, but you know, it's not, don't take it down to like a science. That is not how relationships work at all.
Right woman is probably.
And so what are you looking for there? You're looking for generosity. You're looking for kindness down the hierarchy, right? So that's how does she treat people who are social inferiors, so to speak, at least.
Social inferior? Whoa, this isn't some late Victorian era romance novel, my friend. This is bad advice. That's like why I'm worried. This is just bad advice, dude. You're gonna know how she treats people just in general if you hang out with her. Thought this junkie was in rehab. I hope so. We watched his message to Muslims just earlier. That was interesting.
At least in that context, like waiters. And then with regards to previous relationships, is she capable of some self-analysis, or is it always the guy's fault? That reminds me of that Atlantic Monthly article, one of them.
Ha! Reminds me of an Atlantic article I was reading while in the middle of gooning.
I unfortunately can't remember who wrote it, but
unfortunately, I can't remember.
Was this woman in her late 40s detailing out all the high-quality men that she had rejected, many, many, many men by her own account. And during the entire
It's also
article,
just like, it's also wrong. I'm sure that was lovely. Oh, yes. Nothing but the best. He had a great message. He said, we need to bridge the Sunni and Shia divide, and to do that, you should get a pen pal. Very enlightening from Jordan Peterson. And now we're just kind of on a Jordan Peterson meme hole.
there wasn't any recognition whatsoever of any time when it might have been her. It was like, these 40 men didn't live up to my standards. It's like, well, after the fifth one, didn't you start thinking maybe the problem was on the other side of the dating table? But the answer was obviously no. And
well, I mean, people can have high standards. That's fine, man. There are plenty of women with low standards as well. Plenty of women.
She was obviously still
How much
single.
longer you stay alive? I actually don't know. I'm just kind of... I'm having fun right now, so... That's why I do these things, so... Probably a little bit longer. I don't think I have anything planned today, so... And then tomorrow, I'll be doing my horizontal live stream, so look forward to that.
So what are you looking for there exactly? And why did you bring that up at that point?
Well, because one of the ways that you can be...
I'm sorry, you do not need to take advice from this man on how to get women. You don't? Dude, in what world is this man giving you advice on how to meet women? In what world?
Involved in the game of marriage in a way that is positive.
It's not, okay, that right there. That tells, it's not a game. It's supposed to be a meeting of two people who love each other. It's not a game though, dude. That's so fucked up. To think of it as like a game.
Is by making the choice of the woman differently than what we tend to do. Many men look at a woman, she's beautiful, and our desire to be sexual with her.
Whoa! Whoa! Careful, Grandpa's feeling a little frisky. Whoa now. What's going on there, man? You got some repressed sexual desires you want to tell the class about?
Leads us to sort of, okay, we'll pay for dinner, we'll promise this, we'll go here, we'll go there. And then,
why not? Like, why not pay for the dinner? Well, in college, it's a lot different, but, you know, in college, people are, children are horrible. I'll just say that.
We should point out too, I just want to point out something. I talked to Randy Thornhill recently, one of the world's preeminent.
But you shouldn't look at marriage as a game. You know what I mean? That's a horrible way to look at it. It's not something you win. It's something you cultivate with somebody you love, you know? Like, I wish they would talk, like, I see a relationship as like a plant or a flower, and you have to nurture it. You have to be attentive to it. You have to uh make sure it's well fed and nourished. You know, that's what having a relationship and an eventual marriage is about. It's not about uh dating the hottest girl and seeing who's the best. It's about who you think would be a good caretaker of that relationship.
Eminent biologists. And before we get to thinking that this sexual attractiveness is nothing more than mere shallow-mindedness and impulsive gratification, is all
that's what I, you know, and it's just as, you know, people, I feel like there's this, like they're kind of talking from a under position. Do you guys, like, they're talking from a position where they're not, where the woman isn't on equal footing as the man. They're saying the woman has like a higher social whatever, but that's just not true. You should, and even if it were true, you shouldn't be acting like that. You know, they really do like a real shame when it comes to talking about relationships, in my opinion, because this is not what a relationship is. Well, you got to go to Cabo with them. If that's the case, you're going out with them.
accused of sexual attractiveness are
And,
tightly...
hey, well, you do have to trust them too. Trust is a big part of relationships. And that's something else I don't see these guys talk about nearly as much. They don't talk about how trust is a huge part in a relationship. And, you know, I would trust, you know, if I was to marry someone, I would have to be able to trust them to go to Cabo on the spring break, you know? But that's a big step. That is a big
associated with
step.
physical health and fecundity, which is the ability to procreate. And so even if men are blinded by beauty, which I do believe is true enough.
Well, you want to be quote unquote blinded by beauty. You know what I mean? The woman that makes you sweat and or the person, I should say, that makes you sweat and unable to talk, that's who you should try to talk to. There's something special there, you know?
Their reasons for that at the deepest possible level still have to do with the desire to continue the human species.
Yeah,
so,
dude, you shouldn't be concerned about your desire to continue the human species. Do not talk to your future partner about your desire to continue the human species. That is not good advice. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Hey, you should be attracted to your partner. For sure.
It's shallow in one sense, but not in another. But your point is there are other markers that are characterological, that are more subtle, that need to be taken into account.
Yes, both sexes have very huge reproductive draws. I mean,
bro, what? Are we talking? Yes, women are attractive. I agree. Women are hot. Can we get past that and talk about something meaningful? I mean, I feel like I'm having a more substantive conversation right now than they are. I really do.
From an insect right on up through human being.
Dude, no way. Hold on. Listen to what this man just said.
Into account.
Yes, both sexes have very huge reproductive draws. I mean, from an insect right on up through human.
From an insect right up, like, what does that mean? Can somebody please answer me that? What does that mean? Yeah, like insects, yep, they fuck too. Love thy Lord, love the Lord thy God with all heart, soul, and mind. Well, for all the Christians in the chat, that's a reminder.
Beings, women tend to
I'm
procreate
not a
and have
Christian,
children
so.
with the alpha male. A good example of this is buck elks. And
did he just say alpha male? No way he said that.
The alpha male.
No! Damn, this guy is looking at me so seriously, dude. Bacteria be getting it on? Yeah, they do. But they do a little thing called mitosis. They don't need another man. They don't need another person to tango. They got it by themselves. Anyways, why the fuck are we talking about alpha males? What's going on there? And the sexual attraction. I don't understand what he's saying there. I'm gonna be honest.
To account.
Yes, both sexes have very huge reproductive draws. I mean, from an insect
that's
right up.
yeah, I get what okay, if that's what he's trying to say, then that's obvious. He's just saying it in a smart way. All living things fuck. Except if they're... You mitosis yourself? Oh, interesting. Well, congratulations. I wish you a good splitting.
For human beings, women tend to procreate and have children with the alpha male.
Okay, now that's just not true. That alpha male study was discredited long ago. But my friend, you should not be focusing on being the alpha male. Okay? People who are domineering and rude, women don't like that. Women don't like that. They don't. They like somebody who is caring. Well, I won't speak for all women. You know what I mean? I'll just tell you what my past partners have said they like somebody who is caring, somebody who listens. That's a big part. Typically somebody who will compliment them, say they look good. Like, it's not the alpha. They're not looking for the alpha. Typically they make fun of that dude.
Yeah, a good example of this.
And I find it incredibly hard to make friends with guys. So most of my friends are women. I'll tell you that much, okay?
Is buck elks. And among buck elks,
I disagree. Like, successful and confident is not the alpha wolf mindset. You can be confident and not be the alpha. It's just cringe, bro. Yeah, it's cringe for anyone saying the alpha male, but for this grandpa, it is a whole new levels. Thick wieners? Well, I don't, it's not even necessarily that. That being said, yeah, the term is lame. Yeah, it's just fucking weird, dude. Because I think it implies like this, like, guy who's just fucking commands all the attention. And I don't think... Some women may like that, but I don't think, like, that's a universal trait. Some people like a quiet guy.
The females, 85% of them will have reproduce with the male that has the biggest rack. But
Okay, Sandy Ego. So, is he saying they reproduce with the male with the biggest cock? Am I reading that wrong? Oh no, the biggest rack, buck elks, okay. Well, what I will say is if you work out and you're healthy, that is good. That will make you more attractive, and you should do that. But I mean, is that, I mean, like, I'm just gonna continue onward, guys. Sorry, this is a meme hole that many people can fall down.
What it takes to
so-
get that biggest rack is an exhaustion of 30% of the minerals, nutrients, and calcium in the buck elk.
Yeah, that's something else. Success is also objective. You know what I mean? Success is also like very subjective. You bring up a good point, Sumdum. Like, what does success look like? It's totally dependent on the person. You know, some women could see, some women may see like success as like big and wealthy, but some women may see success as some guy that goes to his job, comes home, and is able to give her the attention that she needs. I think that might be like that might be considered success. So it's
So
kind
the
of
second
dependent.
that he reproduces, if he doesn't get rid of his rack
So this doesn't really like work, This
immediately,
analogy just
he's
doesn't
likely to
work. And
die.
we're not fucking animals, guys. Like, come on. I hate when they make this because it's like, we're not animals. We have evolved so far past that. About the bra, I get that, but I don't agree with it. I don't think people look at that for mates, not your average woman. Again, I am not a woman, so, far be it from me to tell you guys what women look like, but I don't know. I disagree. I don't think so, man. Like, success is different for a lot of people.
Before winter sets in, and he's able to replenish the nutrients.
And, like, again, it really does beg, like, what does success mean to these? Like, I think successful is if you own a car, you're going to fucking work every day, you have a good emergency fund, you have investments, and you have a family. That's not Elon Musk. I think if you're Elon Musk, you're too successful.
Nutrients and the minerals and so on. So his rack was very.
I'm sorry, but this guy talking about racks and the mustache, it's just, and the stare, it's hard to talk. It's hard to take this man seriously.
Productive for being able to procreate. It was very productive for being able to attract the female, but it was also his weakness and that's very symbolic of men, that men's
See, like, this is stupid. It's not symbolic. No. Musk's wiener exploded, and that kind of explains everything. Did it really? I mean, that would be interesting. Why super hot girls who have money are going to find... Well, it's also like, we're acting as if the woman doesn't have, a part in this either. What if the reason she's hot, the reason she's super successful is because she's good at managing her life. She's successful herself, She's able to go to the gym, and that's going to produce a successful person. And at that point, I imagine a successful person would probably want to be with another successful person. So it really, like, it's starting to come into view. You know what I mean? Like, the type of guys he's talking to. Because, like, yes, hot women on Instagram probably aren't going to answer your DMs, man. But the cute girl from I don't know, the Quick Shop, they may give you their number. But if you measure your success by how many hot girls on Instagram answered your DM, well, I don't think that's gonna, you're probably not gonna have a lot of success there.
Weakness is our facade of strength, because it was strength because we could
Hey,
use
I
that.
advocate for men to wear makeup. I mean, I think it would solve a lot of insecurities some men have. I don't see why they can't. You know what I mean? It's like some men already do. Andrew Tate does.
That rack, or not me, but the Buck Elks could use that rack to.
Oh, dude, he got it confused. Freudian slip there, huh? A little bit of a Freudian slip by that man.
Rid of other predators or people that were the female didn't want, to protect the female when she was creating the child, and so on. But he was also being used for being part of the next generation's benefit of producing the next generation's machine. And as you said,
what, bro? The next generation's machine? And also, did like the Bucks without larger antlers, he didn't really, did they by any chance, like, did they still get some, or? Because like I don't get what the rack, and probably it's just not for me. Just not for me, I guess.
when we once we have children, we really live for the next generation. And so now then the next question becomes, as humans, do we want to create more options for ourselves? And are we at a point now where survival is mastered enough in the middle and upper middle class that we have then we are chosen merely for our success? And I think the best explanation of that comes
85% of the does banged the big rack deer. I don't really think this says much, but hell yeah. All right, guys, if you are reincarnated as a bucktail deer, please remember that your rack has to be the biggest, or else the does, they ain't gonna fuck you. Valuable lessons all around.
Japan, where the millennials in Japan have a game called karoshi. And of course, karoshi means death at the desk or death from overwork. And the game, each person has a little karoshi figure, and they compete to get to the top of the ladder. It might be the political ladder, it might be the economic ladder, it might be the religious ladder. And as they compete to get to the top of the ladder, the one who gets to the top of the ladder first commits suicide, not in real life, but in the game. And the point that the Japanese millennials are communicating with each other is that that what we did to become that successful man, who was the most attracted,
Bro, you're losing me, man. You're losing me. We were just talking about bucktail deers. Now we're talking about how Japanese companies successful, that they kill themselves figuratively in a video game,
able to be eligible for sex and for love.
Whoa, that you just added that, man.
Is we unbecame a human doing.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, because you just said the animals. Were you using the animals as a good example or a bad example? I'm lost.
Climbing to the top of the ladder. We unbecame a human being. We didn't even think of ourselves as a human being. That's why we're committing suicide. We have just by competing to be at the top of the ladder, we've worried about what position we wanted, working more hours,
Bro, this
pleasing the
boss,
pleasing the corporate.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. This is, bro, yes, don't let your work-life balance be too big. Don't let it be too full. What are you? This is not valuable. This is not real. This is fake philosophy from a fucking man that. I'm not gonna finish that joke.
Not selling something we wanted or doing something we wanted, and we never even considered ourselves as a human being, and so now we Japanese millennials are going to start looking at the loss of ourselves as human doings.
Oh, well, thankfully we're almost done. And then oh, hold on. I may want to watch this video by Warfronts because it seems
The loss of ourselves rather as human beings, and that is and that's in my opinion, where we need to consider going. That as we have children, there's this balancing act of helping our children see the value of being that artist, that painter, that's doing what you love to do, combined with, is it creating enough income to be responsible to your family to do that?
Bro, no way that was the fucking whole point of this. No fucking way. Yeah, the pathology of a male loser, this man paints it perfectly. Don't be like him, and you will not be the male loser. Wow. Alright, thank you, man. He looks angry, too. I don't know who pissed him off. Looks like he chased me off his property. I do wonder about this, but we've been watching a lot of Simon recently, so I don't want to watch too much of him. Concerned purging staff from his bad press. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if there's necessarily anything major going on, so I'll probably end the stream here, guys. Anyways, I'll put that back on just for now. I don't know. I feel like I think it's working, and there's just a technical difficulty or something. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed this stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will be live tomorrow, most likely at 10 a.m., where I will be doing my horizontal streams. So please feel free to click on those and watch me. I don't know. We might do some special things since it's a new out overlay. Anyways, remember, yeah, I'll be checking out Professor Zhang. Don't worry. He seems cool. Anyways, guys, remember to like, subscribe, and I will see you. Ooh, this one will be good to end on. I will see you tomorrow.
Dear President Vladimir Putin, I'm so sorry that I was not your mother. If I was your mother, you would have been so loved, held in the arms of joyous light. Never would the stories plight the world unfurled before our eyes, a pure demise of nations sitting peaceful under a night sky. If I was your mother, the world would have been warm. So much laughter and joy, and nothing would harm. I can't imagine the stain, the soul-stealing pain that the little boy you must have seen and believed, and the formulation of thought quickly taught that you lived in a cruel, unjust world. Is this why you now decide no one will get the best of you? Is this why you do not hide nor away shy from taking back the world? Was it because so early in life, all that strife racked your little body with fear? If I was your mother, if the world was cold, I'd have died to make you warm. I'd have died to protect you from the unjust, the violence, the terror, the uncertainty. I would have died to give you life. Oh, dear Mr. President Putin, if only I'd been your mother. Perhaps the torture of unwrit youth would not within your heart imbue ascription to such fealty against that world that you thought was so cruel. Perhaps you would hold dear human life, and on this night, instead of Mother Russia, you would call me, and I would set your mind quite free with the love that only a mother can give. and only a mother can take away. When holds she doesn't the harm at bay and leaves her boy for the promise of a man. Whatever your story, Mr. President Putin, I can't imagine how it feels in your heart, but I know if I was your mother, that would be a start towards the awareness of what a powerful being of light you could be if your mind was only free from the violence you've seen when you were just 2 or 3. I cannot believe I was born too late in a different place when I would have loved you so, watched you play wherever you go.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story